Геральт, здравствуй. С Ютуба. Ну поставь лайк там. Геральт, здравствуй. Ой, у меня стоит с Ютуба. Хочу успеть одну катку сыграть перед чемпионатом. Блять, там ебать, столько надо раз нажать, охуеть просто можно, еще ёбнуть. Так на Трова идет трансляция. Там все нормально. Просто она чуть раньше включается, ой, позже чуть включается, чем... Колобасик, здравствуй. Кстати, Трова, да, обновили, заметили? Приложение. Ну, я не знаю, как на мобильном телефоне, на компьютере обновили. Блять. Лучше точно не сделали, но это чуть-чуть запутанно сделали. Это да. Разыграем подписки. Блять, или я хуйню сделал какую-то. Да, я что-то не понял, слушай, я условие поставил, что ли, подписаться? Чтобы выиграть подписку, подпишись. Ну да, теперь есть лишнего. Не, нормально, да? Там отслеживание стоит. Просто у меня здесь написано подпишитесь. Условия. Или там условия отслеживать все-таки. Нормально, да? Нормально, значит нормально. Я хочу успеть катку сыграть. Ну все, хорошо. Будет, короче, первая игра будет интересная. Будет играть тайваньские китайцы с материковыми китайцами. которые коммунисты, китайцы, у них это будет самая сильная команда их сейчас, на данный момент. В общем, интересно будет сейчас посмотреть. У меня как будто какой-то, ну, на той неделе мало играл. Какой-то недоигрыш, как будто игр. Если было время, когда я прям заебался уже играть, хотелось во что-то другое поиграть, то сейчас наоборот хочется поиграть. Да. Короче, за коммуняк. Да хуй знает даже. Мне просто интересно смотреть, я даже не знаю, за кого там из них болеть. Вообще не прикольно, типа коммуняки как бы самая жесткая, сейчас получается самый фаворит. Как бы за фаворитов болеть такое себе. Так, ну нам надо, наверное, что-то на лайте, потому что первая катка, да? Пизду. Не хочу я потеть.
Я бы тебя не пощадил!
Тоже. Ну, какое-то желание имеется. Вот до чемпионата я прям переиграл, видимо. И прям уже чуть ли не через хочу играл. Саси хорошо идет. Прикольно. Что она не заходит, я ей забываю кинуть. Нет, а надо тебя убрать, да, кстати? Ну посмотрим, Наутилус. Ну что-то мне... Такая реклама. Льется. Я хотел сказать, забыл. В общем, по ионии сейчас начал вникать в тему, там, читаю пока еще. Даже еще не начал писать сценарий. Пиздец, сколько информации. Уедь просто можно. Я думаю, реально 2 части будет видоса. Я хочу попробовать сделать в другом стиле чуть-чуть. Ну там и историй интересных намного больше уже. Таргон самый скудный такой на информацию. Да, блять, его никто не будет досматривать. Не, ну если я сделаю его в формате, как я хочу, его будут досматривать. Но так сделать очень сложно. У меня есть идея, но как ее реализовать, я не знаю. Точнее, ну, предполагаю, но как это на практике получится. Ну, пока это коммерческая тайна. Потом мне интересно будет, если у меня получится сделать так. Ну, там в любом случае должно нормально получиться видос, там реально интересная история.
Твои команды меня утомляют!
Да там, ну я сам еще, просто я даже не могу это словесно описать, ну объяснить как-то. У меня есть видение, как его даже описать я пока не знаю. Поэтому я говорю, что даже не знаю, как его сделать.
Твоя душа будет служить мне!
Просто видение, как должен идти роль. Блядь.
Я пожру твою душу. Твои команды меня утомляют.
Он там извивается весь.
Твои команды меня утомляют.
Вот сука, а. Но я еще не проснулся. Пиздец. Такой, знаете, я еще зашел, еще сплю, и тут какой-то ясу попался, он, блядь, мельтешит перед глазами. Туда-сюда, туда-сюда. Пиздец, меня перефармливает.
Даже смерть дрожит в моем присутствии.
Крипа не могу добить даже.
Я чую смерть.
Надеюсь, команда сделает за меня всю работу. Я чисто подлутаю ПТС. Я когда-то говорю, всегда, блядь, они умирают.
И только попробуй пошутить.
Ну, скорее всего, по частям.
Сдавайся же. Твои команды меня утомляют.
Бежали.
Твоя душа будет служить мне.
О, Конг, что ты делал, а?
Даже сейчас твои близкие страдают. Снова ищем жертву. Твои команды меня утомляют. Даже смерть дрожит в моем присутствии.
Опасность! Опасность!
Да бля. Пиздец, блядь!
Твои команды меня утомляют.
Атакует башню на нижней линии. Враг в ярости. Конец серии убийств.
Я пожру твою душу.
Враг неудержим. Твоя команда убила героя. Атакует башню на нижней линии.
Как не знаю.
Я вижу страх в твоем сердце.
Кому он пишет там, блядь? А. Пайку. Я хуй знает, я только что понял, что у нас вай в лесу, блядь. Честно. Пиздец, блядь. Ясу ебануться, блядь. Просто пиздец. По идее ультанет все равно. Что думал, блядь. Почему у меня лупа стоит?
Даже смерть дрожит в моем присутствии.
Атакуем дракона.
Да, я заторможенный, там еще Ясу какой-то, видимо, уже, это, знаешь, поиграл несколько каток. Блядь, слишком резкий. Слишком резкие движения делать, я не успеваю реагировать пока что.
Даже сейчас твои близкие страдают. Я чую смерть.
Ебать, она забрала. Это поворот.
У тебя серия убийств. Конец серии убийств.
Не ожидал я такого поворота, что она даже заберет его. Да. Но он какой-то, знаешь, бывает Ясу, которые чисто дергаются, знаешь, а по факту нихуя не получается у них. А этот такой дергается, и у него еще и получается нормально.
Ты только попробуй пошутить про бег на короткие дистанции.
Ну 0.4 идет.
Союзник убит. Конец серии убийств.
Я чую смерть.
Атакует башню энергии. Противник убит.
Даже смерть дрожит в моем присутствии. Ты только попробуй пошутить про бег на короткие дистанции.
Локи, вот здравствуй. Ну, главное, да, что объект не вместе. Это да. Так, возьму я, наверное,
Ты меня утомляешь.
стазис. Пизду. Блять, сука. В этой хуйне.
Попробуй пошутить про бег на короткие дистанции.
Вот Пайк хуярит там что-то. Слушай.
Твоя душа будет служить мне.
Бля, походу будет пиздец машина нахуй. На Пайке. Да, ну Пайк и... Видите, все равно прошел. Все равно ультанул. Наутилус. Ну он такой типа контроль. Да. Против сильного Ясуо сложно играть, на самом деле. Но он типа телепортируется, как Катя. То есть те, кто телепортируется, они проходят сквозь контроль любой. Там тот же Чарм Ари, да? Катя, например, если она видит, что у нее Чарм летит, и она блинкнется на Ари, по ней не сработает контроль, потому что у нее не прыжок, а телепортация. На телепортацию не работают. Если ты в прыжке можешь, например, Казикса, да, поймать Чармом, у него прыжок. А у тех, у кого телепортация, их не поймаешь. Потому что они как бы исчезают в одном месте, а появляются в другом. Да, там, да, у него контроля много там вообще в Наутилусе. Просто он еще не умеет на нем играть. Так бы заебывал бегал. Ну типа трэш Наутилус в команде, это пиздец у них должно быть вообще. Что творится? Начиналось у них все хорошо. Ебать он. А как он так отскочил в сетку в мою? Да что творить, да? Еще чуть не убил всех. Так, что там у нас? Ну что, ГГ? Скорее всего. Здорово, солдат. Как твои дела? А мог ультануть, убить. Для урона, конечно, пиздец. Бля, да ну нахуй, блядь. Бля, как он заебал, это пиздец. Не успел в него ульт пустить.
Они не успеют понять, что это было.
Соберем, наверное, контроль не ловить.
Мы ищем жертву.
Вражеская команда убила барона на шорт.
Пики начинается. Надо заканчивать, блять, они на шо разобрали хуёво.
Я чую смерть.
Ну, ничего страшного.
Моя душа будет служить мне.
Эверу, здравствуй. Бля, ну мы заинтили, конечно, с сетом, пиздец. Уже бы закончили эту игру. Да как ты заебал, а? На тебе, блядь. По башке. Хоть он просто вышку снес за секунду, блядь.
Твои команды меня утомляют. Твои команды меня утомляют. Я вижу страх.
Куда вар делся?
Твои команды меня утомляют. Твои команды меня утомляют.
Божественно.
Моя душа будет служить мне.
Да, все, заканчиваем. Пошли смотреть турик.
Maybe go with Kaisa, try to all in on the dive comp. I feel like that one might be a bit difficult for them to pull off, but I like that FPX are banning away Baron laners and also the Shen in particular. You don't want to let Cookie be empowered anymore.
What I want to see FPX do is lock in a support right now, because then you're
Okay,
still holding
there
that
we
Corki
go.
flex pick. This makes
Yeah.
more sense to me. You're giving Yezi the opportunity of a counter pick
Yeah.
right now, because there is always the opportunity to put Selma on that Corki instead.
And this gives you a couple of options here as well. You could go for the Xayah lane, you could go for the flex, but most importantly, let's see if they want to save the fifth pick, mid lane pick for Yezi.
It's going to depend on what Flash will lock in here, because
Yeah.
now they have to blind
Так,
pick.
по звуку сориентируйте, нормально?
I mean, Gragas is also a flex pick, but we're
Exactly,
going to
yeah.
know what their composition is. Nasus wasn't banned away. Maybe they go towards that instead, but I feel like that's too much scaling, and you just get
Yeah, they
shut
do
out
pro.
by this comp from FPX. So instead, they lock in something that can fight a little bit earlier. They go for the Akali.
Oh, I have a theory here, Kangas. With
Ну,
Akali,
какую
being
Акали
down,
пересандалили
Bruce likes to
туда.
play the carries. There's a real chance that Bruce takes the Akali to mid lane, and we see Baya play Senna Dragon lane. I won't be surprised to see that from Flash Wolves.
Bruce does have that big champ pool.
He
that
loves
we were
that
hyping
champ.
up during the play-in stage. He loves this champion.
He loves that
Let's see
champ.
what they lock in for the support position.
Okay, Sarah's playing Akali here.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
it. They have the TF for some more global pressure. Senna can also provide some of that. It feels like we might get more of a 1-3-1 style
Yeah.
based on Flash Wolves' comp.
Flash Wolves have a lot of ability to play around the side lanes lanes as well, but you can't forget that this Twisted Fate is actually a great team fighter once you get the RFC. That's the setup for the picks here. But that black shield from the side of FPX is more
Ну, ща я.
That one's
Так, что тут у нас?
Dragon Lane Morgana.
In the later stage of the game.
ТФ, короче, ФВ это тайваньцы, а FPX это китайцы коммунисты.
And that means that it will be Yezi on that Corki in the mid lane with 7-11.
На данный момент самая сильная команда в Китае. Она вышла с первого места в отборочном этапе.
I see a lot of champions that have been played by other teams, but again, things like the Kazakhs has an incredible low win rate. It's around the 40% there, being, I believe, the fourth most picked champion. 21 games, 42.86% win rate. Not a lot of regions have found success with the Kazakhs. Now we get to see the hyped up jungler Violet.
And that's something I kind of touched on a bit earlier as well. These picks are kind of bait picks. These picks are kind of scrim picks. You get elite, you pop off. It's harder to do on stage. That's why a lot of regions have been favoring these scaling pickups. Like the Cocky, you have a lot of safety on stage. You play out a long game, you know you're going to win eventually. But I love this draw from both of these teams. We kind of saw a chess match play out. We'll touch on that a little bit more once we get in game.
Exactly. And we also have to touch on when each of these compositions wants to fight, when they want to go for these plays. When I look at FPX's comp, yes, they have some scaling, but they also have that ability to go in at that level 5 at those first couple of objectives. Game 1 put it onto the rift.
FPX. Так, ну что у нас? Корки, как всегда. Казикс, посмотрим, как сыграет у них.
I love the fog of Warthog here being a bit cheeky, but just going for the mid lane push. This is what you want to be doing against Twisted Fate. You want to keep him locked in lane. You don't want to let him be able to.
ТФ что-то начал появляться часто, кстати, заметили?
And right now, just like that, Flash will scatter lead.
Good trading though. Leia actually taking a lot of hits right now. Syama as well. Bruce.
That's what I love from the guy. He knows his limits. He knows when he can play aggressively. And that's kind of why I say that I love seeing Bruce in the Dragon Lane position as well. He's one of the few Dragon Lane.
До победного? Ну, до 5 часов. До 5 часов. Да. Последнюю каточку не застаем.
We still expected Syama and Lei to then get level 2 first, but because of that poke, because of that pressure, Lei actually goes for a reset. We have an Ignite top lane though. Fado almost gets the 1v1 against Ysera.
And Ysera had the counter pick here, Kangas. Fado showed his pick on third pick red side because they revealed that it wasn't a flax. They revealed that it was going top. Ysera had his choice of
что у нас происходит?
into the Wukong, and he already got forced to flash, forced to use his barrier. It's not a good start because he needs to be a point which FW can play around in the series. You give Fado a lead, he can easily run away with the game.
Ну, по рунам ничего не... Кстати, Джак со стремительным темпом. Что это за битва на третьих уровнях? Ебать. Что загуляла Сена, по-моему. Зачем она побежала их бить? Ебать они, короче... Пиздец. Охуенно зароумили.
They win that skirmish, they take that trade. But FPX played the fight to the absolute mechanical limit, flashing at the right time, going back in on the right time, playing around their CC cooldown so extremely well.
Ну типа все, убили одного, да, вот, ну... Ну тут ладно, они не выходили. Вот здесь Сена... Не, ну там они, получается, вообще не выходили, блядь. Ну жестко их поймали, конечно. Да, там у Грагаса флэш был, у Джакса был флэш. Не использовали.
Has the help of Lei on Ysera right now. Ysera's actually doing a decent job.
Yeah, pretty good trade right there from Ysera with the Shroud so hot to kill. But he just wants to buy some space for Fado. That roam from Lei actually worked out pretty well at the end of that one. And this was actually a set play that Flash Rose had went for before. If you call back to some of their earlier series in play-ins, they love to play around Bruce. It's a Bruce-focused team. You will stack and try to dive on his lane. FPX are the first team to answer back on that play.
And Flash Wolves also typically will go for longer games. I'll go back to that as
Yes.
Sarah might go for a longer
could-
fight.
he could.
Fado lands a shuriken flip. Doesn't want to take it though. Cyclone's available. But
Exactly.
Flash Wolves, they're a team that will play early games relatively slower and then just look for those objective fights. That's where they really start to get aggressive.
Yeah, but then that's kind of a problem against the WRL teams too.
Okay.
Бля, Рейкан пиздец, конечно. Имба персонаж. Особенно в фулках.
Yeah, nowhere for
Пиздец,
Bayo.
мне кажется, его банить надо всегда.
That was a great combo as well. They chained up the Valkyrie into the springboard from Lurie there. Great combo coming in from FPX to start this one off. 4 minutes on the board.
And Yezi on FPX, number one seed from WRL, going the whole breaker Corky. It's received a lot of criticism. Twitch chat, you better be watching right now. YouTube chat as well, wherever you're viewing the game.
Yeah.
Whatever your opinion is, we are seeing Yezi pick this build right now.
Look, I'm actually a fan of the Howlbreaker and the Corki. I think it's something you have to go for if you ever want to be side laning, if you want to be scaling up. And it's kind of an arms race as well. If you don't have the Howlbreaker,
True.
it gets so much harder to play side lanes, especially if your opponents are going to pick it up. This time, Flash Wolves have no Howlbreaker.
А Кали насобирала кусочков всего.
That just means that Yes is going to be unmatched basically in the side lane.
He can get shoved. He's very little danger of him getting ganked and dying in a side lane. That's the biggest part about this.
Хуй знает,
He
типа.
can just free scale as the Cork now picks up the package.
Ну хуй знает. У Конга целый предмет, а у этой
Yeah, the Klaxons are here,
кусочки одни.
ringing out loud for Yezi coming in with the package. They're going to start off the Rift Herald right away. And this is something which the Chinese scene talks about a lot. The high priority on the Rift Herald. It's something that WRL teams love. And FPX, as the best WRL team, it's something they love the most.
Flash Wolves had a ward on it though, so they spotted
Насколько это профитно,
push
интересно.
FPX off of the objective.
Мне кажется, лучше целый предмет один, чем
Their objective has been taken. It looks like FPX, they might
даже сфера бесконечности, наверное,
bottom half of the map.
больше дала
FPX want to go for a play first.
Oh,
собранная.
Very nice.
interrupted by Isan. That was huge from the Gragas player.
But that just means that Dragon gets started off right now. It's so low.
And it's taken
И
very
тут
fast. Flash
изи
Wolves
дракон.
with the
И опять, зачем они туда бегут, смотрят? Блять, забирали бы в это время Геральда.
Yeah, Flash Wolves, they don't find the pick, they don't find a TF flank, so that means a free objective to FPX.
Yeah, no picks from Flash Wolves because they play too slow. And FPX take advantage. They play around the Kazakhs. That's one of his strengths. Isolation smacks down the
This is
Dragon.
bold.
But Herald's really low.
Fado has ultimate. Cyclone could be used to engage. Plus Lay going in there. Flash Wolves, they
This could
secure
be
the
big.
Herald now.
Коркич
Onto
прилип его.
Yezi. Flash available, but he's knocked back with the explosive cast. A kill and an
Ну, теперь эти,
effective
ебать, ну
Flash
уже тоже
Wolves.
уйдите, нахуй
Ace
залезть.
once into the wall, doesn't get the
Пока
flash
Зикса
over,
нету.
and Flash Wolves get both the Herald and the Flash from, or rather the kill onto Yezi. He didn't use his Flash. That means scaling factor does go a little bit over the FPX because they did get the Infernal Dragon, but Flash Wolves.
It could depend on how this dragon's used. Could depend on Ysera living through this.
Ну, для Сайп, ну, хуй знает.
Divine Sundra Power Spike is just so big.
Просто сфера бесконечности ей бы так же само давала ХП.
Ooh,
итоге.
this is the power of these Baron laners plus something like a Kha'Zix, something like a Lee Sin. You can take turrets incredibly fast. Flash Wolves will answer right back, and Yezi,
He might be
Valkyrie's
dead.
away. Flash loses the turret and almost goes down. Maybe a Dark Binding could land from Xiaohu, but doesn't go for it.
Yeah, just gonna back away here.
Ну, я как бы понимаю, но на Акале хуй знает.
Swinging out to a gold lead. Credits to Flash
Я тоже там на каких-нибудь Гаренов собираю.
Even game state.
Могу взять. Или на Галио, когда иду на мид, могу взять.
Especially Flash Wolves, like this team that I'm more aware of as being the one that
Slow
scales
team.
to the late game. Yeah, very
Ну,
slow.
хуй знает, тут, конечно, да, такое. Может и имеет смысл, конечно. Не я там играю.
But if you look at the rest of the team comp, 4 champions that want to scale here on the side of Flash Wolves.
FPX still not out of this one by any means, though. They
Yeah.
are still favorites in this matchup, in the whole tournament. Our first look on them, much slower than I was expecting. Yezi also playing that side lane on the whole breaker. Corky has been kind of the focus for Flash Wolves'
Yes.
attention since we've gotten out of this laning phase.
And in the WRL, Yezi's normally the enabler for 0711. He does play the Cocky quite a bit, but I like to see this adaptation. Now we play around you here, Yezi. What can you do for us?
And now it's lane swaps for both sides as FPX and
Так а стилить кем? Казикса не было.
There's nothing to fight over right now, so I'm not expecting any explosive plays, which means Flash Wolves can continue to scale with their Janks, with their Senna.
But in a 1-3-1 setup, it's so dangerous for Flash Wolves, it's so dangerous for Bayer, especially if he keeps going to the lane without a turret.
Oh, I was just saying it,
Oh,
but
man.
looks like FPX had other plans, looking for the explosive play in the mid lane. They get Destiny out.
Да, у Казикса только появляется ульт, он его сразу использует.
Sarah fancies a 1v1 against Fado right now. Doesn't have the backup of the team, so will retreat.
They get the Cyclone out, that's something. The cost they're missing from Eason actually spelled the end of that play, but Destiny Gate was committed as well. They tried to fish for something, but FPX just too fast.
Lei is just going for these engages every time he sees them.
Yeah.
I think he's got a challenge right now. If I see a champion, I go in.
Don't dive in on any champion challenge. Impossible. FPX, that's their goal right now. But you look at the side lanes, you look at what Jax and Twisted Fate are doing. They are great at taking down turrets.
I was gonna say the Herald's a questionable one there,
It's a
as
bait.
you only get that, but you're right. It was to pull members of FPX into the mid lane, so then they could make the play in the top half of the map. So it's actually Flash Wolves up in turrets and a slight gold lead.
But not for much longer
Ну,
here.
по счету одинаково идут, да?
Is this the time
По таверкам
Oh, if there was explosive
2-1.
kills, should have been able to get that onto Seoma. Black Shield's down, very
Ну, уже
bad.
3-1.
And that's a turret, so still Flash Wolves trading
Wow!
up.
Flash Wolves doing a very good job to keep themselves even with FPX. And of course, I'm surprised by that. We expected so much from FPX. And to their credit, they've kind of been delivering, but not at the pace we thought they would.
I mean, this is such an even game state that I'm actually
Только
favoring
4 минуты?
Flash Wolves right now with this composition.
Хуй его
I know we
знает.
talked about the strengths of
Где?
FPX in this one.
Я там ничего не подкручивал.
Nobody that's gonna match the whole breaker of the core.
Это же Трова.
But Senna will just keep scaling up right now and is approaching 2 items here. Cookie as well close to that second item. The death
Разработчики под травой.
could come down to this play. Like if FPX get a
Под
huge
Тровой.
fight here, this could blow open the game. Oh, gold card though. and-
Перезагрузи страницу.
It's Flash Wolves that go forward instead. Now big engage from Lei. Cyclone layered on top of it. It's down to the back line. It's a Kali almost just took down the carries into the Stasis. Jumps
Ой-ой-ой.
Supreme display of talent over the wall. Fado will get the kill. Nobody from FPX is down yet. Flash Wolves Cookie gets baited back in. Is he gonna go down the edge with a blast? Auto attack gets it. FPX dancing on the verge of death.
Ебать, ну у них, конечно, фокус охуенный.
Ready for it.
Как в моей
Flash
теме.
Wolves lose 2.
They're
FPX
so
on the
low though,
Herald.
Kangas.
Всех покоцали.
Nissan's in. Do they go for it? Nissan's
Пиздец,
in.
ну что
He
это
just picked
такое?
up immediately.
Ну зачем?
FPX 5 for 0 with the Prime Gaming ace.
Но стоило ли того попытка украсть Герольда? Пошли еще и отдались в конце.
Look at how good their front to back is. They kite you out, they bait your cooldowns. The moment your Sarah goes in, we thought he was gonna pop up. We thought that was it.
Да ну как не фидят, хуй его знает. Ты видишь, что они делают? Ну вот все, типа... А, не, это не этот момент. Ну, во-первых, Акали куда-то залетела непонятно куда. ТФ куда-то полетел непонятно. Ну тут ладно, там, пусть с ним, да, типа. Ну все, типа, ну куда вы, уходите уже втроем вы. Ну все, просто выходите. Они берут, возвращаются. И вы. Но что они там без лесника хотели сделать? Вот что? То же самое, что было перед этим те Герольда пытались украсть. Ну, учиха, я в Диабло играю. Привет. Больше как-то особо ни во что не играю на телефоне. Ну вот прикольная игра, и я хочу поиграть. Еве, по-моему, называется, или Еву, или Еве. Но это я не знаю, насколько тебе интересно, это космическая тема, типа там по космосу открытому, ты типа на своем космическом корабле там летаешь, с другими пиздишься. Там она такая прям огромная игра, обширная. Может зайдет, я хочу в него попробовать поиграть. Или Ева, или Еву, или Еве называется, не помню. Но обычно, да, спокойнее играет. Ну, как бы какие-то ошибки такие, знаешь, прям Алмазный, алмаз Солокуева.
Exactly what they want to do. Multiple engage tools, multiple disengage tools, range to poke with, damage to burst with. They got it all. Now can they close it out, or can Flash Wolves weather the storm with their scaling? Get
Ну, эта игра, она как?
to where he needs to be.
It's gonna take a while.
Ну, там типа РПГ, да, ММО-РПГ, только ты на космическом корабле летаешь.
Have got much more time left in this game. The next dragon's gonna be the Elder. It's gonna be a Cloud, sure, but the Cloud Elder is the point here for FPX, who already have 2 dragons.
And they also have the Baron
Тоже там его
right now. Like,
покупаешь новые, апгрейды делаешь, с другими пиздишься, выполняешь всякие там задания.
they have Corky package.
Там на реальные бабки можно зарабатывать на этой игре. Короче, она такая, она огромная. Это, она перенесена с ПК игры,
You go
с
to
ПК.
them, they will smash
Есть в ПК она. Там чуть ли в нее играют там по 15 лет уже люди. Вот ее перенесли на мобилку недавно.
They don't even need to go into the jungle.
Ну, тут пизда, в принципе, что
Of
тут.
course, that's a death lane.
Уже
Double kill to
говорить
ESE
нечего.
FPX. They're just gonna peel back for the
Синие
Baron.
посыпались.
Kangas, Flash Wolves knew that that was happening. They popped the Destiny as the play started, but they were just 1 second too slow. FPX just that
Может, и
quick for
хуй знает, не помню, как называется. Я помню, что она как-то Ев, может и Ив. Я качал ее даже себе. Но я потом сносил с телефона всю информацию.
FPX. This game was even
В общем, надо попробовать тоже.
8 minutes, and at the snap of their fingers, FPX blow Flash Wolves out of the water.
Now they got the Baron buff, they can start sieging on these turrets, lay even tanks a couple shots to keep the wave alive.
Не, она там прям продуманная жестко. Ну, именно ПК-версия. Мобилка не знаю, как, насколько она. Но там все прям...
Is all they need to close out this game. They've got the items, 3-4 items. Look at this.
Ну, она не такая, как Diablo Immortal. Это точно.
Over the wall comes true. They knew that that was gonna happen. They knew the pick was set up.
Да, ее сейчас перенесли на недавно. Там, может, год-два назад вроде как.
Basically all over here.
Может, еще раньше. Точнее, позже. В общем, недавно ее перенесли на мобильные телефоны. Кристина, здравствуй. Хорошо.
All that for a drop of blood, Kangas. They used the flash and the exhaust from Bayer.
Ну, пока FPX, получается, подтверждают, что они
Kill one cocky in the side lane.
самые сильные китайцы на данный момент. Ну, хотя и тоже не без ошибок.
They know it's 20 seconds to the dragon, but this could be a huge timing window for Flash Wolves. They have a 4v5 for a couple of seconds, but it doesn't.
Там Xiaomi играет, видите?
They need to leave Bayer to shove waves.
Yezi doesn't have package, but he just got
Yes.
teleport. So I think FPX are reading this. They realize, okay, we might have gotten a
Топ-1 на пайке.
side there. Keep Flash Wolves in the lane. Don't let them approach the dragon. That is the play from FPX.
Well, there's
Я даже
nothing
там
else
всю ночь
they can do.
играла, чтобы его взять.
Once again, in full control of the river. Flash Wolves have the chance.
Yezi's up, and that's just another pick for FPX
Wow.
with the setup in the river. Flash Wolves approach, and Flash Wolves fall down like dominoes. Cookie will also go down as Ysera doing what he can on the back line. There's just no hope. There's no chance. Ysera picked off by Lay. If you were wondering how good FPX were, could the monsters live up to the hype? Well, I think that question's answered here. Game 1 goes to FPX.
To any WRL skeptics, to any FPX skeptics, I think they very well answered all our questions that game. What a performance, Kangas.
It was one
Одно и то
play.
же по КД.
Suddenly, this even gold state, this even game state, this Flash Wolves.
Не, ну мне сейчас я пока ну как, точнее, просто смотрим чемпионат вторую неделю, да? Я как-то мало в него играю, и мне по кайфу играть пока что. А так, да, моменты бывают, что прям надоедает играть.
Hints of this from all of the seeds coming in from China, but this specific example was like to an extreme level.
Yeah. This was the full strength of FPX, of the WRL, shown here against Flash Wolves. Unfortunately for them, they are gonna be the crash test dummies for us to
Солдат слил.
FPX can do. And if you guys were skeptical about why we called this the group of death,
Эх, солдат.
this is gonna be the hardest group. Well, FPX is one of the big reasons for that.
Как ты мог?
Flash Wolves are not a bad team by any stretch, but FPX just showed what they are capable of, and now we go back to the drawing
Солдат
board.
ГМ апнул, да?
Coaches' booths. Both these teams get to reassess how that game one went. Flash Wolves will need to find something else in the
Так подожди, он на ком играл? На Юме, наверное.
So to hear more about that, let's bring back Mika and the analysts, because I can't wait to hear what their thoughts were.
Ooh, I think
Good
that's
luck
pretty
breaking down that one.
much it. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a smoother game here at Icons 2022. And it was like, you know, for FPX, they've made Wild Rift look like the simplest game in the world. And we all know, Stuart, that it is not. And you mentioned this.
А ты Чалика апал с кем?
FPX were up.
Чиха.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I spoke about before this series. I was like, Flash Wolves have to adapt their draft. They have to do something.
А, он играл на Дрейвене, а ты саппортила на Пайке?
Well, you know, they took away the center, they took away the Jax as well, but you still give like some other picks over to FPX. You know, the Wukong did very, very well. The Corki as well did so.
Не слышал от него, чтобы он играл на Дрейвене, по-моему.
Draft was a lot better this game to what they did against Nova, for example, because they gave away so many.
Делать нечего стримеру.
They got some of the power picks themselves, and the early game
Ну
went
да.
pretty well for them. But then it was just that one team fight, and that was it. Then FPX, you know, as Kanga said, you give them an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, Flash Wolves was keeping up for the first 7 to 8 minutes, which I find very good already, right? Like they were able to keep up with FPX throughout the early game, and they were kind of looking like an even team because it was going all nice and well. You know, they were getting kills, and it was going on. They were actually even down kills.
Может,
They were
погромче
still
сделать
ahead in gold at
трансляцию?
some point. So, you know, there is definitely potential for Flash Wolves to keep up, but the thing is, you know, they made mistakes. FPX, on the other hand, made 0 mistakes. I mean, besides like very, very minor mistake, that was essentially like a perfect game. So that's how they accelerated their lead, and they just won the game against Flash Wolves.
And that was just game one.
Что Ася не заходит?
That was just the first game.
This was warming up.
Exactly.
Надо ей кинуть.
I doubt if they've even broken a sweat because, you know, for
Роль.
FPX, as I mentioned, they made this look so and it just
Геральт говорит, они там с Асей
for example,
разрывают ран.
you know, advance this push into them. They know what to do. They know how to retreat. They have that plan B, plan C, plan D. They know exactly how to bounce back whenever they're being pushed ahead.
So right here during this play, you saw that little mistake that they made.
Так, давайте посмотрим, кто там будет играть дальше.
One thing they can do, like, they'll catch it, right? That their mechanics are so incredibly good, and the other point is you just can't make any slight mistakes against FPX, because this is what happens, right? They'll just flash you with Morgana, root you, and they'll kill all of you. And we saw that throughout every single fight, right? Like, Flash Wolves made tiny mistakes, and boom, 5-man knockout by Rakan, right? Like, that's the retribution that FPX did, and they just did it every single time.
And Stuart, you mentioned this. Lui, definitely one of the players to watch out for. The Rakan.
Yeah. He showed it in this first game. You know, I said before this series, I was like, Lurty is a person to watch. He's a player.
Ты хочешь сказать, что ты в Чалика в соло апнул?
This game as well. You know, his Rakan, his engaged setups constantly throughout this entire game. He was just there. He was at the forefront, and he was the one that was making them engages. You know, 5-man knockups, multi-man knockups, even a single knockups as well, getting catches across the map as well. And you know, in the early game, Flash Wolves got a few picks. They played a little bit aggressive. They kind of took it to for FPX as well, and I give credit to them for that. But Lurty on this Rakan throughout this entire game on the Rakan is one of the best Rakan performances I have ever seen.
But everyone really, like, the whole roster of FPX.
Ну, Пайк, да, походу жесткий
Like,
будет.
if I'm thinking about it, they all did so well. Like, every single lane did good. During team fights, everyone did their job because there were so.
Ну, за нас тоже играл в предыдущей катке Пайк.
They were sitting at like
Ну,
1 HP, like at nothing.
неплохо для человека, который на нем почти не играет.
Everyone knew what they had to do.
По-любому там пару каток на нем.
Executed it perfectly.
And I just want to point out how Flash Wolves, it did
Паня,
seem
здравствуй.
like they did their homework. They did know to anticipate FPX.
Так, кто такие у нас?
Like you mentioned.
RRG.
It just appears that FPX, they also did their homework. They also knew that, okay, Flash Wolves is probably going to do this, and they were just one step ahead. And that's always been the storyline here at Icons 2022. The WRL teams are always one step ahead. FPX, it seems like
индонезийцы,
even more
наверное, да?
so. So, you know, Stuart, right now, as of course, we're looking at
Почему она не переводит
the
трансляцию?
stats over here. Flash Wolves, they did have a window. At what point do you think they lost it?
I think it was around that Rift Herald, really.
А это японцы, да, видимо?
Yeah.
Сингоку Гейминг.
when Lee got the, you know, the huge 5-man knock-up, but then just no one on FPX dies. It just feels like the game just handed it to them, you know?
I mean, look at that gold
The
graph.
game was, yeah, look at
That gold graph.
It's
This is what I
crazy.
mean, right? Like, it was super even. One mistake and it just plummets all the way down. It's crazy how FPX does this. Like, that's basically the most punishment you'll ever be able to inflict when an
Килл не
enemy-
засчитывают, да?
You just
В смысле?
plummet the entire gold graph to your side and you just win the game.
Я знаю, что там деньги распределяются как-то по всем.
It just feels like, you know, that's probably exactly how FPX play. They wait for you to make a mistake because they know that you're gonna make a mistake.
Ну, типа, если не засчитывают, по идее, должен же не сбрасываться
Ready
ульт.
to exploit that in any means necessary.
They're confident enough as well. You know, FPX are confident enough that they know that, you know, even though if they get a little bit of a, you know, a goal deficit in the early game, they know that they're confident enough. They know that
странно.
they're better than the opponent. So that all they need to do is just stay as a group, stay composed, and then when it gets to them team fights, you know, around.
А, там, если, короче, ты им помог убить, и у тебя... Короче, херу, надо почитать вообще его умения, я даже не читал.
To be honest, you know, like I said, you know, Flash Wolves, I feel like they adapted their draft very well compared to Nova, but still, FPX is just, they're just too good.
I mean, look at these stats as well. 18 kills, 3 deaths, every dragon. You know, like, this is it. This is what the
Учиха, в Mobile Legends не хочешь поиграть?
Flash Wolves was keeping up with them in the early game, we said that. I feel there is an even better FPX that's going to be coming in the
Yeah,
future.
exactly. That was just a warm-up.
Yeah.
That was just a warm-up. I just want to point out as well that 51, that was probably Louis. That was probably all him.
А, ну то есть у него... Надо почитать вообще умения его, реально, я даже не прочитал. Как у него распределяется? У него распределяется, если он убивает на всю команду деньги, или только те, которые помогали убивать? Делят деньги.
Game number 2, I'm really wondering what Flash Wolves can pull out. I'm pretty sure that they do have a game plan for this, especially now that they know how FPX plays. But you know, when the only game plan is basically just to wait for you to make a mistake, and we know that you're gonna make a mistake, I mean, hell's Flash Wolves, what can they pull out for game 2?
I still stand with my point that they have to out-rotate FPX, because we saw it, FPX, they didn't really
Тем, кто
do
помогал, да?
much in the early game, right? Like, sure, they didn't make mistakes, but they were not as proactive as I expected. So as Flash Wolves, you can constantly roam around, which they're known for, right? With fire.
Не, ну прикольно,
All
прикольно,
players
в
that like to
принципе.
roam around a lot. This is what they need to do. Roam around, get some ganks, get your players ahead, and then force those objectives. You have to be like, that's how you have to play it out.
That's the crazy
Но
thing.
АДК все равно, получается, будет
They have to be more
чуть похуже в том плане, что все равно он, получается, будет медленнее. Если они линию ебут, например, да, Пайк добивает постоянно, то АДК
be aggressive and
могло бы быть больше денег, если бы другой саппорт, например, стоял.
Aggressive at the same time, because like you said, you know, if you make that little mistake, if you make that little bit of an overextension against FPX, then they'll take everything. You know, in the early game, we saw on the replay as well, the little bit of aggression from Flash Wolves, they tried to take advantage in the advantage.
Бля, у меня в прошлом сезоне была на Твине, короче, я на Твине апнул Грандмастера уже последний день сезона, и мне не засчиталось. Не засчитался Грандмастер, потому что сезон обновлялся, а в этот момент должно было как раз происходить начисление этих ранга. Короче, если последний сезон дня, если последний день сезона апаешь ранг, он уже
Morgana already knew. I'm gonna flash, I'm gonna
не засчитается. Ну, если это мастер или точнее, если это грандмастер.
FPX, where they like knew exactly what to do, because during team fights we saw it as well, right? Like it just felt so, it felt so good. It just felt so nice.
Это играют китайцы.
You know, the Rakan is at 1 HP, he goes out, and then he goes right back in, and then he goes out again. Like
Китайцы с китайцами.
out of every single tool they had.
Now, Stuart, jumping into game number 2, I believe Champ Select is just about ready. You mentioned, though, that Flash Wolves, they were on the
Как они вдвоем в форме быстрее. Ну смотри, если, например, возьмем аналогичную ситуацию, да, например, если убивает, например, там, грубо говоря, Кейтлин стоит, да, с Пайком. Убивает Пайк, им делятся деньги, да, на них на двоих. А если, например, они убивают, например, с какой-нибудь там, я не знаю, сонной, да, то на АДК денег больше идет, то есть АДК быстрее будет выфармливать. Ну, при этом саппорт будет меньше, конечно, да, но АДК будет быстрее. А рейндж большой у него там на ульте?
honestly, what else do Flash Wolves have in a tank against?
I love the Senna pick, however. Like when
J-Man, здравствуй.
Senna the last game, they had a lot of pressure in the Dragon lane, and that's obviously how they can push their advantages. So I assume FPX is going to be banning out that Senna, or they're just going to be like, no, we're going to deal with it again.
I mean, the problem is that Bruce is not really known as a center player.
Yeah,
you know,
that's the
Bruce
thing,
is
right?
known as this
Небольшой.
aggressive hyper carry, AD carry. You know, he played AD carries in the mid lane when he played it.
Ну я так подозреваю, что это будет пиздец, он сейчас ебать бегать на всех. Сейчас на нем подучится играть. Будет жестко.
Jax maybe? Do you maybe pick the Wukong? You know, there's some other priorities. Singe we actually didn't see get picked or banned at all in the previous game, which is quite interesting. But there's still a few priority picks that could be picked by Flash Wolves. But now it's like, you know, you have to pick one, but then FPX get to take two instead.
The one thing that FPX was struggling with, they banned away. And now a Galio is also open, which is, we know how good of a combo it is with the Camille. Because you engage, right? And then the Galio follows
Camille's
up.
right behind us, by the way. Camille's right behind us.
Oh.
Они добавили анимации, видите?
Right behind us.
Голограммы.
There's the Wukong as well, right? Like,
There you go, same picks.
Даяна.
This is what FPX does, right? Like,
Ой,
there's
Камила.
Senna, there was
Даяна.
no more pressure. So now they have the same thing, and there is no more pressure in the Dragon lane. So this is not looking good for Flash Wolves right now, I would say.
But now the thing is with Flash Wolves is that they have the lockdown potential from the Camille, which can help them out a lot in team fights as well. Because I feel like that was kind of what they were lacking in the previous team comp. You know, they had the likes of like a Jax, a Carly, Senna, and
Gamer.
everything, but the problem is that they didn't really have that lockdown. They didn't really have that guaranteed engage. You know,
Ну да.
FPX with Wukong, you have the guaranteed engage.
Ну да, да, кстати.
And Morgana as well. They had this crazy engage, but Flash Wolves didn't really have that. They had a lot of hyper carries, but they didn't really have that engage that they needed, the guaranteed engage, you know, when you can press your ultimate, get the knockups, get the engage.
Нет,
Now, Flash
середина.
Wolves are gonna pick Jax again.
Середина
Might go
игры.
for the Gragas again as well, kind of for the disengage.
Мид, то есть середина.
I'm not too sure if they are going to go for the Gragas. They go for the Singed instead. That's a nice adaptation.
This is a free Morgana pick for... They actually go for Kha'Zix instant. I was going to say this is a free Morgana pick, but they just do... They stick to their guns, right? Like FPX sticks to their guns. They go for the Kha'Zix again. 0711 did a phenomenal job on that Kha'Zix last game.
Чуть-чуть какие-то они недоработанные, как будто анимации, да? Ну типа качество анимации чуть-чуть какое-то. Могли постараться чуть получше, если уже начали делать.
Your anticipation, your mind, your gameplay, your game sense is just on a whole other level, and that's different. Exactly. And we just saw like a little teaser of what's to come from this player. But Stuart, as you mentioned, the Singe is a good pick for the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, it didn't get picked or banned in the previous.
Ну типа он другими умениями он мало наносит урона, да, я так понимаю? Он чисто шотает ультой, а другими умениями не сильно бьет, да? И с руки. Или он и с руки, и другими умениями еще нормально может бить. Просто как это выглядит. Либо он с середины игры просто становится обычным ассасином. Так, что у нас? Камила, Джакс, все то же самое. Что-то мы думали, что китайцы какой-то меты принесут, а по факту все то же самое. Не, ну станет, я имею в виду по урону. Например, он может в одинокого шотнуть сквиша какого-нибудь. Или он только добивать может. Полноценно.
So they're gonna have a very hard time. Yeah, look at him. There is no enchanter
Can you smell
at all.
the gunpowder?
Oh,
I can smell the gunpowder here
He's
from the
thirsty.
I love how we're really looking at as if we're good. Well,
Сквиша.
we do see them. I mean, we do see them. Some freak magic. We do see them.
Там АДК или мага какого-нибудь, которого мало
did
жизни.
mention how because of the bans and the enchanters, part of the strategy for Flash Wolves was to always enable Bruce. And right now, what you're seeing, the Lucian picks and the Nami.
This is a really aggressive bot lane for the side of Flash Wolves. This is a Flash Wolves saying, okay, we want to go in, we want to play aggressive. This is a very classic combo, you know, in PC League of Legends and also in Wild Rift as well. Very aggressive.
Не, ну типа если он может в соло там потом просто переключиться в роль убийцы, то тоже неплохо.
counter engage as well from the Thresh as well. This is something great. Well, he did play one game and he did actually get MVP on the Thresh.
Yo, we've
so.
seen Mano Freezer on Thresh.
С ним, получается, можно брать вообще каких-нибудь двух танков, блядь.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be
Мага на мид.
It seems as though our teams are
АДК и убийца будет. Полный состав.
Are so ready for it, as we can see the champions standing right behind us. Believe us, guys, they're actually there. Kangas, Omo, do you guys believe us? We're scared right now. The Camille looks really threatening.
Look, I'm just happy that we didn't have to be next to the Kazakhs. The Kazakhs is terrifying looking.
That's
That
what
one's
we were
definitely the
talking about
scariest.
entire time.
Yeah.
Just don't let me near the Kazakhs and the rest of them. The rest are okay.
Yeah, the Zigs look kind of cute.
Well,
Yeah, like
maybe
the
not the
smoke around.
Singe. The Singe is very scary.
Yeah, Singe is just kind of like a dude, though, right?
You know, but he's a psycho. He's a crazy dude. Mad scientist and everything.
Fair enough.
Oh, but Ziggs is too.
Yeah. And Ziggs has explosives.
Показали бы что-нибудь интересное, да? Какие-нибудь
Explosives or poison?
связочки новые, не знаю.
Yeah. As I asked it, I was answering it myself in my head. But we're into game number 2. The draft is completed. Omo, I gotta ask your opinions.
Yeah.
How you feeling about the adaptations from Flash Wolves?
I like it. I like it a little more. Well, I was gonna say I can't decide if I like it a little better or a lot better.
Ooh.
But there's some things I want to
It's
touch
better.
on. specifically.
It's better
It
than
is
you.
definitely better, and that's saying something because their draft last game wasn't bad at all. It was a decent draft. My concern with it was just the tools to carry, the tools to initiate were kind of in the wrong hands. Ysera was the carry, Baizia as the sub was the initiator. This time around, things look a little bit better.
А кому как интересно, кстати, играть в VR? Кто как играет? Ну, типа сидя, лежа, например, на весу руки или ну, перед глазами прям телефон держите или внизу как-то его. Лежа? Все равно на джинс будешь играть. Лежа перед глазами? Не, я в такой позе не слишком сконцентрирован. И руки начинают затекать. Стоя играешь. Стоя идя в магазин, да? На ходу чисто. Керри шкатки. Я люблю на пуфике сидеть, у меня телефон внизу, и главное, чтобы локти были на твердой поверхности. Ну, зафиксированы локти. И руками чем-то, руками чем-то упираться еще надо. Так я более-менее. За нами.
And then Lei is opened up to roam a little bit more.
And that's kind of what we talked about, right? Lei just wants to roam. Ziggs is going to be able to wave clear just by himself pretty much the whole game. My concern.
Okay.
I think he's fine.
Doesn't play on
Лежа наливать не должен.
Relentless pursuits over the wall. They're all just trying to cover Cookie to steal the blue buff, but now Bruce.
Не, у меня затекают руки лежа, вот так играть. Они начинают прям неметь. Типа как когда едешь в общественном транспорте, ты, например, рукой держишься за верхнюю поручень, и она начинает неметь. Ну вот я тоже так, я ноги задираю тоже на пуфике. Руки ложу на пузо вот так и внизу телефон. Так для меня самая удобная поза. На стриме чуть-чуть неудобно играть.
It's that the Lucian Nami just get outranged here. We talk about the double poke potential last game from FPX. They didn't go for it, but this time around, Cocky, Ziggs. You're basically never going to be playing on the same screen as the Lucian. It's going to be so difficult for him if he doesn't get a lead.
Бля, вот попробуй, купи себе пуфик. Большой пуфик, на котором можно лежать. Блять, такая тема охуенная вообще.
To find a way to get on top of FPX, who have a really strong comp to play from distance and kite.
Очень удобная. Она прям по тебя подстраивается, как хочешь. Пуфик. Так, ну что у нас тут? Все то же самое. По счету одинаково пока.
And Lei was really committed to staying in that brush.
Yeah, very patient.
FPX shoving the wave now. They have the turret damage. Are they gonna hard commit? I'm watching 7-11 actually goes for the scuttle instead, but they have a ward, so they see Isan, they see Baya. So FPX, yeah, they can just go mid now.
FPX are making Flash Wolves so scared, and Flash Wolves have to play so reactively. They can't catch this. Baya whiffed it.
Oh, okay, he pulls back Yezi, but again, yeah, the Valkyrie. It's so easy to get away. And, oh, Ysera
no!
misses the hook shot.
Ну, кстати, да, он что-то лагает. У меня вообще пишет 0 зрителей. А что за прикол?
Oh my god, and he had no business living there, Kangas, to be honest with you. He completely deserved to just get taken down. But unfortunately, barely not enough damage coming in from Fado, and Lei and Ysera will get out of there. Fado and Lei might have stacked their ignites.
I think so. I'm looking at the ignites right now, and they look about the same.
Тютелька в тютельку идут.
Slight communication error.
Yeah. I want to kill, no, I want to kill, I want to secure it, and that just ends up happening. If they staggered it a bit there, 100% Ysera would have dropped now. Dragon's up.
Dragon is up. I have a rule for that one. As a Baron laner, I always let my support ignite first.
Yeah,
Да, что они долго чинят его, это пиздец какой-то, что они не могут разобраться нормально. По всем этим начислениям.
With the knockback, but package used by Yezi, and now we can just trade the damage straight back.
I just remember what happened.
Это походу не Ботрикс лагает, а Трова.
Ysera just used his out because he wasted his hook shot. So if he had out there, that would have been a kill onto Yezi, but unfortunately,
Yezi stopping the backs. He's stopping Ysera and Baya.
This is a bit interesting to me.
Ну все, что, надо отходить. Троих будут за подвышкой пытаться. 3 на 3.
I would have liked to see Xiaoma maybe try to hover down towards the bot side, go for the Infernal Bomb, since they're all huddled under the tower anyway. But I think he's afraid of running into Bruce, because if you get caught out by the Lucian with the Stormraiser, he is gonna solo bolo you.
First items completed on most of the carries.
Icons это типа они, типа иконы, да? Иконы стиля. Типа лучшие. Да, просто уже сколько? Почти полгода они не могут убрать косяки. Странно.
I think he gets whatever he wants. FPX, that means they trade the dragon in return.
I know it's odd because we were just talking about how much range FPX have and how difficult it is for Lucian. I do still like this idea of funnel Bruce. This is the mechanical carry on your team. This is the player that you can trust to actually step up in these high pressure moments.
And he has to as well. So much pressure gonna be on this Lucian, who's outranged by the Cocky, outranged by the Six, gonna get died as well. He's dead.
Hextech ultimatum onto Yezi.
God, he's not dead.
Pops the stasis. He gets out with the.
Кстати, они забрали... забрали дракона. Да, ну хуёвый Геральт получается. А, они все-таки заберут, да? Чтобы... Сейчас обгонят, да?
They actually got a couple trades in their favor when it came to the turrets, when it came to the objectives, and this is 2 games in a row now.
Yes, honestly, Flash Wolves have been doing better than you could expect from them against a team like FPX. But FPX, once the team fighting starts, once they turn it on, it's just so difficult to play against. Decent trade in the top lane here, but that's just going to be FPX backing away. 0711 still has the gold lead here. He's had the... This is something we didn't touch on last game. He was basically an item up on Cookie the entire game. And now he's still maintaining a gold lead. He's doing a fantastic job.
That's what the WRL teams are so good at. Yeah. It's like they don't need kills to get a lead. They're just that efficient with their jungle pathing, with their lane assignments, with the objective...
Я каждый раз удивляюсь, что... почему Люциану собирают грозовую бритву первым предметом. Ну типа у него шмана не хватает. Через косу проще на нем играть, не?
just been farming up a
You know-
storm and can just poke down the Singe.
This is something I heard on the WRL stream, and I thought it was
Yeah.
actually a really interesting fact. When you play Singe against a Howbreaker champion, you already can't kill cannon creeps. Once they buy Howbreaker, that cannon creep is just impossible for you to kill, and we just saw what happened to Bayer when he tried to take down the cannon creep there. So that was so annoying.
Dive under the turret in the top lane. Cookie's coming in here for the counter engage.
Ну,
Doesn't
ну,
actually
что-то
commit to
странное
it,
очень.
though. Flash Wolves jungler
Блин, там
not willing
толстые.
to go in, so that means no kills picked up.
Fado was just so tanky, man. The Wukong Stone Skin keeping him alive, keeping him safe there. Ultimates get traded, but now 10 seconds to the Rift Herald packages up. I feel like this might be FPX's timing to swing back at Flash Wolves.
Бля, эти FPX фармят, что звери. Они только отставали, уже на 2000 перефармливают.
They're gonna start this one off, and they do it so quick.
Watch Bio, watch Cookie. The main engage, the front line. Cookie goes in early. He
Cookie
just
gets
walks
it.
up and steals
Down.
it.
Okay!
All right, I mean that's.
Кстати, надо сравнить по фарму. Вот у них
We 100% take those.
на 10-й минуте у них там получается 7к.
To use the Herald as well. That means that's a tier 2 in the side lane.
А
that
сколько
they're able to take
у
down
меня,
with
интересно,
the
на 10-й
Camille,
минуте?
with the Jax, and with the Rift Herald later on. Good stuff from Flash Wolves. No kills, but
Big
make it a
mistake.
win.
Ну или тут, наверное, тупо сравнивать, да?
Game number one, we are saying
Типа
on camera,
фулки
maybe
на
the closest
фулки
we've
тут.
had to a perfect game is the Coca-Cola
Они тут не стоят, не фармят
That's the pop-up.
нон-стоп.
This is the pop-up. Woo!
But it genuinely is so big for Flash Wolves because they need to keep the pace up. They need to keep pressuring FPX because we've said it.
Так,
time and time
появляется
again,
дракон.
they will get outscaled. Now
По
try to
фарму
find-
догнали.
Oh
All right,
no!
they pull back in Yezi.
Бля, ну ровно играют.
Where's your glue trap?
Сейчас опять, если не начнут интить.
He isn't with the fight right
то будет.
now, but Flash Wolves are approaching. They push FPX off.
They can just run it down mid lane right now, drop the Herald, exactly like that. Now FPX have to respond. This should be dragging the Flash Wolves.
This is a really big swing. If the SEA second seed can land
Cyclone.
this is huge. The death of this land, so Ysera's already almost out of the fight.
Ебать.
He's in trouble. They dive in.
Ебать, и качнул корки.
Again, their battle lines are just too strong.
Flash Wolves win
They get a
this.
kill. Fido actually goes down. Cookie with a massive stun.
Бля, нихуя не пойму, ну пиздец, конечно.
They
Там корки очень много времени украл у них.
7-11.
У Джакса с кем он там, с Камилой, по-моему.
Triple comes through, and they're back on the dragon.
And they want Bruce as well. They
Чисто реально самый сильный предмет в игре это стазис.
That's all it takes. Oh, Bruce gets out with the relentless
Самым
pursuit.
больше импакта вносит.
They already got their prize.
Man, Kangas, how good is this FPX roster? I genuinely
Победа.
thought there was a moment where Flash Wolves would have won the fight, but take a look at this replay. One moment of hesitation, one moment you're out of cohesion. Look at the Lantern. Look, he walks up to Lantern. Yes, it keeps him safe. And Yezi plus Xiaoma. The battle lines that you talked about, Kangas, are just too strong. They're too good at kiting. They work as a unit. 1 second you hesitate, and FPX will punish you.
And in that replay right there, we saw the weakness of the Lucian short range. Cookie goes back in, lands a stun on the 4, and Bruce, he doesn't know, do I go through the river and get in range of them to hit them, or do I try and get around the wall by the buff and shoot over? You don't have the range to shoot over.
Yeah.
Maybe they can capitalize on Cookie's engage there, but
Да,
the
там
short
людская
range of
10
the
000.
Lucian means that Flash Wolves, they don't
Ну, там у
win the
Казикса.
fight.
Yeah, and credit to Bruce.
Ну, на Казиксе, наверное,
3,000
сейчас получше.
Out-damaging a Corki and a Ziggs, it's not something that's easy
And
to
now
do.
he's looking for even more.
в этой ситуации.
They almost got Yezi, but maybe late will be enough. Ysera's even here. That's it
What?
confused, and they commit the Hextech
But
ultimatum.
why?
Killing spree for Bruce.
But it's just so unnecessary. You need to keep the picks going. You need to keep pressuring with every single pick you have because Flash Wolves need to make plays. They need to outscale. Committing the Hextech ultimatum there cost them so much tempo.
They committed 4 ultimates.
Yeah, well,
for one pick.
exactly. And on a support at that.
I mean, at least they get the kill. That's
do.
we need to funnel Bruce. That is the game plan from Flash Wolves.
And it's a very good game plan. We've seen what this guy can do. 3-0 right now on this Lucian. He's trying his best.
Кто ставил вообще
to his credit, highest gold in the game.
на эту катку?
By a long shot right now. He's way ahead of Corki. He's ahead of the Ziggs as well.
Now throws out the Colin to try and clear the wave, but Fado just tanks most of that.
Никто не
That
ставил,
is
да?
another turret over the side of FPX. They even up the turrets across the rift. But Omo, we're right back to even game state. Yes, 2 dragons is the difference.
Да, трэш
in
спас там его.
FPX's favor, but we still
Он
have
сначала
to
отвлек время
either way.
стазисом, они стояли возле него надрачивали, потом Егорки просто улетел от них.
Mid lane tier 2 is low. That's the consolation right now for Flash Wolves. It's easy to knock that turret down. They still have potential side lane win condition, but in a 5v5, FPX just look too good.
Interesting to note, though,
Ну, заметьте, у тех у всех стазисы куплены.
so that means
Почти все. Ну, у Трэша только Гаргулья.
Keeps throwing the lantern over the wall just for vision. They sweep out Cookie. Don't get hit.
Бля, реально стазис
If he had been hit by that, that would have been massive.
решает очень сильно в таких
It's one of those
играх.
game states where one misplay and you lose.
And that's exactly what it feels like right now. So tense from both of these teams. I love that. B coming out from Easton.
Солоку, наверное, он не настолько решает, сколько
Quick on the uptick here.
Yeah, Easton passes the thumbs
Пати.
check. That's what we call those things.
100% he does. One of the
Тут,
most
и тут хотя бы есть время, что к тебе кто-то поможет.
And
Есть
FPX
смысл
now
прожимать
pushing
его.
the mid-wave. Now they have some
Ну, Солоку
vision.
тоже, понятно, но...
Hard committing on delay right now. Again, it's a support who's locked down, knocked up, focused. And
Съели Люца. Ну, Люц... ой, Трэша. Люц, конечно, жесткий. Что-то как будто к 1-1 начинает переклоняться игра.
This is the first time I think FPX have made a strategic mistake, as now Flash Wolves, it's a 1,000 gold lead.
look at that gold graph.
But we'll take it.
That's a heart rate. That gold graph is the heart rate of. Well, actually, no. My heart rate's definitely higher highs and lower lows. That's heart rate of something right there. It's FPX still in this game right now. Flash Wolves have the slightest lead.
The slightest lead might not be enough against two dragons and a better scaling team composition, but we talked about the split push potential now. Ysera and Cookie, both on 3 items. Camille can win you a game. Jax can win you a game. Let's see what they can do.
It's all about priority in these waves. Who can get the lane states so that you can actually walk at these objectives? The Elder's coming up soon. Fado goes in. The Cyclone is used.
Опять качнул стазисом. Реально пиздец. Опять качнули его стазисом. Оп. А Джаксу уже никто не поможет. А нахуй он прыгнул.
Every single fight we say that this could be good for Flash Wolves, this could be it for Flash Wolves, and it never is. FPX are so good at resetting the fight, they just disengage, reset the battle lines, and come back at you when they know they can win after the cocky pokes you out.
Руки через флеш. Я даже не заметил. Не обратил внимания.
Likely to close out this game.
It looks like they just have extra health bars. Like, I don't understand it.
Look at Loi yet again. They did what we said they should do. They used the Wukong to face check, reset the fight with the Lantern, and kite it out. Look at Xiaoma and look at Yezi. Look at how they position. They are never touched every time you try to go for them. The Zhonyas, the reset,
Вот тут Джакс.
and
Нахуй
they
он...
just outplay you every
Он, походу, мискликнул, да?
The way that they play, a
Ну, типа, он хотел прыгнуть на грибов, а прыгнул
They never walk
в толпу.
forward into the cinch. They always just draw a line and say, you're gonna have to walk into us. We're not going that way, because we know that we're gonna be taking cinch damage the entire time. You have to engage, use your abilities, use your cooldowns, and then we'll punish you.
And when the cinch runs at them as well, they're so good at just picking him off. Target selection from FPX close to perfect. That's something we didn't quite touch on as well.
Корки в этом скине с пакетом, блядь, такой так уж устрашающе выглядит. Пиздец просто. Ермак, здравствуй.
It's a lot of pressure. It's almost an unfair amount of pressure. But when you're a player like Bruce, the team is looking to you to lead. The team is looking to you to carry all the kills for Flash Wolves. They get another chance at a fight.
But Kangas, he's been outskilled. He can't even walk up the last 2 team fights. He's tried his best. He frankly really has. Uh-oh.
7-11. Wait, Maya.
А что Казик сделал? А.
Looking at the shot right there. He wasn't quite ready. Cookie picked off with the long-range Mega Inferno Bomb, and Baya maybe burning down here, barely alive. Lay lands another flay with a death sentence. Flash Wolves dying under their tier 2. And FPX just pull a play out of their magic hat. The monsters came to fight.
2-0.
FPX doubters be silenced, haters be damned. FPX
Ой. Короче, играла самая,
And what a way to win
на данный момент самая сильная команда Китая.
I've had enough of this game. I'm gonna go
С
in
другими
and
китайцами из Тайваня.
just one out. You guys said
Ну, в
Pro
общем,
might be the best job
2-0.
here. Let me remind you that FPX are the champions for a reason, and I want to remind you as well, this Kazakh's pickup, I don't think he died a single time in 2 games.
I will have to check the tape, but that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
This level of play from FPX,
Insane.
when they decide to flip that switch, when they find that one play, the game's over. Like,
Yeah.
Yes, Flash Wolves had one extra opportunity to reset.
Yeah.
But by that point,
Так,
FPX
следующий у
knew
нас,
exactly what they
по-моему,
wanted to do.
Индонезия
Just force the fight, force the
или
engagement.
Филиппины, или
Once
Индонезия
we're gonna draw the battle lines, we're gonna go into
с
your
японцами.
territory, go undercover. Monster under the bed, man. The boogeyman came to play.
The boogeyman is
А, тут
real.
понятно,
His name is Fun
тут, короче,
Fun.
такая фишка, сейчас
On your screen
посмотрим.
right now, 2-0.
Получается,
It might have
что?
been slow, but I prefer
У нас
to
группа
say
группы состоят
FPX.
из...
Every single team fight that they won, they just executed so well. You might say, yes, it is a team fight comp, it's easy to play, but look at how they disengage, re-engage, and like you said, drew battle lines. Fantastic.
Две команды в группе, они вышли из отборочного этапа, из плей-инна, а две команды прошли с первых мест, со своих регионов. С первого и второго, так я понимаю. Или с первого только.
And I think it's fair to say that FPX are going to be one of the favorites moving forward
Типа,
in this group C, the group of death as well. Flash Wolves, unfortunately,
вот эти, например, команды
unfortunately for them, they have one
играли уже, а эти две нет. И тут так же самое. И они, получается, между собой как бы.
Mika, I'm sorry that unfortunately the SEA, both teams making it out is now.
Страница полетела.
I'm not looking too good either. I mean, like, come on, my predictions were all over the place. I clearly have problems here with this
She was in
particular
2
group.
minds the whole time. She's like predicting.
Ну вот интересно будет в 16:00 посмотреть. Инкьюзо за GT.
Clearly very
It can't
confused.
still It's not being confused. It's hedging your bets. Mika.
Yes.
GT это кто такие?
Either way, you're gonna be right at some point.
True.
Yeah, exactly.
Taiwan.
I'm being smart here.
Big
We'll just keep
brain.
it at that. Thanks, Kangas. But yes, gentlemen, we just saw FPX play for the first time here at ICOS 2022. The verdict? Are they indeed the top team, the team to beat Hells?
We haven't
Странно, почему они не добавили на официальном сайте, да?
I think this is the final
Про
four.
какие-то команды есть, что за команды, можно посмотреть. А какие-то команды нельзя. Что за дискриминация? Дискриминация команд.
This was easy. They looked very clean. They knew exactly what they were doing at any point in time throughout the whole series, actually.
Yeah, the early game was really close again, to be honest with you. I have to give credit to Flash Wolves. The early game, the rotations in the early game from Flash Wolves were really good. They got that early game gold lead. Okay, it was only like 1,000 gold, if that, at times.
Но я пока скачаю, кстати. Как оно называется точно?
Until that big massive dragon fight before we actually got our first kill. The early game is all about the rotations. It's all about getting advantages across the map. Lurry again, on this thresh this time was rotating around the map, trying to get advantages through rotations, through taking towers, through taking objectives. And Cookie got that Herald still as well. The big Coca-Cola pop-off, the Herald still right in the early game, which allowed them to get an advantage in terms of towers. But when it got to the team fights, FPX, just the reaction times, how well they can play around team fights, and knowing what they need to do in team fights just puts them above Flash Wolves. And there you go, here's the Herald still again.
Yeah, Hells, I'm curious if you do agree with that. If we did see that you mentioned that Flash Wolves was indeed keeping up with FPX, but what did they have to do to really seal the deal, which they couldn't?
It felt like FPX was like a team filled with robots that played perfectly, right? Like you make one mistake, they'll fully capitalize on it, and that's what it looked like to me this game, right? Like you make one mistake, they catch you. They won't make any mistakes, and that's FPX for you right there. It's just crazy good. Yeah.
Everything was calculated. I just want to say, there was that, one, I think it was like right after they went into the base where Lui was just tanking the tower damage.
Everything was perfect.
I feel like that's how I want to be in life. It's like facing my challenges. It's like, it's okay.
And carrying the tower for your friends,
and
right?
I'll survive. It's okay. And he knew exactly when to back off.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a prime example of how FPX just has every single thing calculated. It's almost down to the number of, how much damage and how much health they have and everything. And Stuart, I just think that if this isn't the final form of FPX, I'm just wondering what kind of monster we will be facing on during the knockout stage.
They proved in this series why they're one of the favorites in the tournament. I feel like, I think like I said, credit to Flash Wolves. I feel like they played a really strong game themselves. It's a really difficult task coming up against a Chinese #1 team that shows how strong Flash Wolves are as well. Especially Bruce. I feel like Bruce had a very, very good game. We didn't really like to see him on the center in the first game, but this game they played an aggressive bot side. Omo and Kangas mentioned it as well. For Flash Wolves, they need to focus on Bruce. They need to get him on aggressive champion, try and give him that early game advantage. But the problem was that he just got outscaled at the end of the day. You're playing Kraken Slayer with Lucian, which for Lucian, in the early game you can get an advantage, but if you don't get too much an advantage,
Да, пики все одни и те же. Да, я уже понял, кто это Ермак.
Flash Wolves was keeping up very well as well, because they got some good moments where they caught out the enemy. Yeah, you see, this looks a bit better. This looks a little bit better. It's a little bit closer.
Но я не видел с ним видосов там никаких такого контента с ним не видел.
Getting some kills onto Lu, but yeah, that was it. It was just a few plays here and there. Because in the late game, FPX, they were constantly sticking together, constantly protecting
Уже не очень.
just dashing out so much damage in those team fights. And Flash Wolves, unfortunately, just couldn't do anything about it. Because you go in, you take so much damage, you have to go back out again. And then in the long term, you'll just lose every single team fight.
Exactly, and I feel like the moments wherein Flash Wolves were pulling ahead, it was just too costly for them. And it almost was like nothing was exchanged on the side of FPX. Which is like how they
На пайке, я так понимаю, нельзя будет играть. На пайке и на Наутилусе. Да, в этом есть, Кристина. Есть. По пике одни и те же напрягает, конечно.
But I like how Flash Wolves played, however. They were not just playing passive all the time. They were going for it, right? Like they were going for the fights.
Я не знаю, кстати, тут будет работать... но они сегодня только вышли. Получается, надо, чтобы 2 недели прошло, чтобы на них можно было на соревнованиях играть. К этому времени, получается, чемпионат уже закончится.
On the side of Flash Wolves, on the side of FPX rather, they know exactly where to put the pressure on the side of their teams, and as well as how to build around their own win conditions, as we mentioned.
Казикс хуёвый, а в итоге 2 игры подряд выиграли.
Where the exhaust went onto Bruce, Lei landed a really nice hook onto Bruce, and that delayed his damage. And if you can focus on the main champion on the side of Flash Wolves, make sure you shut down Bruce, then pretty much all of their damage is gone. That's the thing that they showed on the damage graph. Bruce has like 20,000 plus damage, and then the closest one to him was like 8,000 damage on a Singe. You can tell the big difference between Bruce and then everyone else that's kind of like just trying to help him out, facilitate him, and help him carry the game. But the problem is that if you have that one carry, and if that one carry does get shut down, then that means that FPX can just stomp the game.
Exactly, and again, I do have to point out Louis.
14:30, через 15 минут.
He was just tanking so much damage for the entire team. It was crazy, and I feel like this is like now one of my favorite.
Ну да, команда сильнее была объективно.
He's definitely my top 3 supports right now. My current top 3 would have Heste and Mano Freezer. Honestly, I haven't thought of a third one yet. Perhaps I would put him. Yeah, there you go. He's the third one on it then. So let's see if he can go up to number 1 on my list. I think he can. Because the games that he just showed, they were so good.
Exactly. I'm like, I don't know how else we can talk about the series, because it was just really FPX just being so clean. But you're absolutely right. It's still the first day. This may not be
мы можем посмотреть, пока не пиздят.
But on the side of Flash Wolves, I do hope that they can bounce back, because this was a loss, but I mean, that's not to take anything away from them, because they were up against the top seed of WRL, of that region. So Flash Wolves, I feel like they can bounce back. It's going to be a little difficult to
Ну, у Корки уже не такой впечатляющий винрейт, как был. Кстати, нет, сейчас мы так сделаем.
Kangas was right. I was spreading everything out.
We could get like an SEA lower bracket now in this group. We could
please no.
If Omega beat Buriram later on today, then we could get Buriram against Flash Wolves in a lower bracket where they have to knock one of them.
Ну, Камила самая жесткая получается пока на турнире.
That's going to be an interesting matchup.
Oh no, I cry. I cry. But in the meantime, let's on over for a quick interview with Digon and our new hero, Lei.
Камила, Джакс и Джейс.
I'm here with FPX Lei, and I just kind of wanted to ask to start things
Zix.
off. How was that last series for you?
Неплохо.
Because you looked fantastic.
想问一下，对于你来讲，就是最后一场比赛，你的感觉怎么样？因为你表现得非常的好。
就还是比较生疏吧，因为很久没有线下赛了。
Actually, it's not familiar with the venue because we haven't played such a big stage for a long time.
When it comes to gameplay, in that first game, your recon was so great, and in game 2, your thresh was so great, and your team fight.
Alistar часто играл, да?
How do you guys always win close team fights?
就是你们两局的团战都打得很好，尤其是第二局你的锤石团战当中发挥得很好。你们为什么总是可以在团战当中表现得这么好呢？
А Рейкан, кстати, 45% на 11 игр.
怎么打吧，然后都可以很积极的打出那种画面。
Actually, we all get pretty clear about how to play during the team fight.
When it comes to Flash Wolves, did they do anything unexpected?
这次闪电狼有没有给你们什么意想不到的一些东西呢？就超出你们预期的。
好像没有吧，就比较。
За дополнительный контент.
Actually not. It's all in our expectation.
What do you want to learn from the tournament? What do you, as an individual player, want to learn from the tournament?
你是对于你个人来讲，你想要在这次的 Icons 当中、世界赛当中学习到什么呢？
就因为我也是第一次打世界赛嘛，就积累个经验吧。
It's my first experience time to be on the international stage, so I think the learning stuff is pretty important to me as an individual.
So then, at the end of the
Так,
tournament,
давайте посмотрим
what do you
тогда.
want the world to know about Lei?
Кто тут вообще у нас?
等到这次比赛结束的时
Кто
候，
откуда? Сколько откуда каких команд? Да? Аргентина.
I haven't got an idea. I cannot think about it later.
Well, if it goes like how the rest of the tournament has gone,
Китай,
you're going to be
Гонконг.
really, really good, and people will know that Lei is a fantastic.
Это Корея,
Thank
по-моему,
you very
да?
much for the interview.
谢谢你。
All right, Mika, back to you.
It's okay. He has time to think about his answer. He has all the time to think about it because I think that FPX are gonna be here for a long, long while. We did see in the hype intro video that we had
In
earlier,
Flash.
they mentioned that they're not gonna let certain teams stay in Singapore for very long, which I thought was such solid trash talk, by the way. That was so
Тима с
hype. But right
Бартоломом.
now, I am incredibly hyped for this next series, and you guys know
Сингапур.
exactly is going to be the #1 seed from
Team
Japan,
Flash.
taking the international stage once again, and they will be up
GT
against
Taiwan.
boys from RRQ. Now going over to Sengoku Gaming, first up, Hells, you mentioned that Rush is definitely a player to watch out for.
Индонезия.
Definitely, and this is also a YouTuber. I watch his videos. It's such an incredible jungler. Like he's so unbelievably good.
Япония, Европа. Короче, из 8 команд 6 азиатских, одна Аргентина, одна Япония, одна Аргентина, одна Европа. А тут
Yeah, Stuart, you also wanted to highlight Rush and
ну это китайцы.
in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Another
both-
YouTuber.
yeah, both Hacker Rush, you know, the South
Бурерам
Korean,
это какие-то
content creators coming into this tournament.
Индонезия,
Obviously,
да?
they went to Horizon Cup last year as
А
well, and showed
тайцы.
they can perform against these big massive teams, you know, Hack in the mid lane.
Блять,
is
одни
more of a
азиаты, да?
control mage in the mid lane, something a little bit different from what we've seen from
Бразилия.
other mid laners coming into this tournament. You know, he likes
Омега.
Morgana, he likes the Ziggs, he likes these control mages. Ari as well is one of his other big picks. And
Опять
Rush loves
Тайвань.
these hyper carries. He played 4 games of Jax.
Бессмертные.
Final as well against USG.
Ну, американцы. Immortals. Запомню. Бразилия.
Now, of course, Sengoku is
США.
going up against RRQ from SEA.
Китай
So they
опять.
took 2 matches against USG, and they looked very, very strong against their
Корея.
loss to JD Gaming. I'm wondering if they can take down another team from the Japan region.
Right, and that's the
Бразилия.
scary thing from Sengoku.
Получится 2 бразильские команды, одна аргентинская, одна европейская, одна США, а все остальные азиатские.
Exactly, and I think it's safe to say that this is going to be a jungle matchup, huh, Stuart? It's going to be Chaz versus Rush.
Yeah,
Это
Chaz against
так.
Russ, or should we say Kaj?
Почему Австралии нет? В том году была Австралия еще.
Chazix, I should say, yeah. I mean, Chaz on this Kha'Zix has been absolutely huge. You can see the stats on the screen now. Chaz has really stepped up to his game, with Helios in the mid lane as well. I think this matchup is going to be really good. You can see Rafa there with his Chazix meme as well.
So cute.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful drawing.
So we're going to see if it's going to be a, what did he say? A sad 6 or a glad 6 today? Yeah.
Не прошла это Cloud9.
But Rafa's not here.
Американская
Oh my
команда.
gosh, look at this. Look at this. I have never looked my boys look so good.
They look ready. These guys look thirsty for the win right here.
And Helios leading the way.
I mean, Chaz on this Kha'Zix, overall, out of all of his Kha'Zix games, he's got 24 kills, 8 deaths, and 27 assists. That's crazy stats coming in for a champion and a player like Chaz. And I think RRQ, because they have the experience already of playing against the Japan second seed, where USG, they were very grouped together. They were very grouped together. They were trying to get picks on RRQ, but RRQ played the map so perfectly against USG. RRQ rotating around the map, trying to get objectives through towers, through dragons, and also Rift Heralds at the same time. And USG love to group together. So it'd be interesting to see, if Sengoku, if they learned from their second seed as well, if they learned from USG, and if they learned, this is how we have to play against RRQ, because that's the advantage that Sengoku have in this series. They've seen RRQ against USG. USG have probably come into it as well, and they've probably seen, have they actually learned from their, what they've actually learned from watching RRQ?
Well, I have this big smile on my face right now because I can hear the Pinoy battle cries going on behind me. So we are just about ready to step into this next series, RRQ versus Sengoku Gaming. Kangas, Omo, over to you guys.
Thank you, Mika, and everybody on the desk. Woo! It's already getting spicy up on stage. RRQ are throwing up battle cries against Sengoku, the representatives from Japan at the Horizon Cup last year, and also the region that has an opportunity of revenge against RRQ, who just took out their little brothers in plans.
Yeah, USG were rolled by RRQ. Now
Сейчас пока они убирают, я пойду сделать чай.
They want to 2-0 another Japanese team here.
And if we talk about honest thoughts going into this match, Omo, you do favor RRQ heavily here. USG brought Sengoku Gaming to a full 7-game series in their own region. Very tight between these two. And RRQ clearly dismantling USG last time around. So, it's a grudge match, but maybe a one-sided grudge match, as RRQ should still come into this one as a team that we expect to make it into the knockout stage.
Yeah, the stakes are definitely high, but I would say that on the flip side, one of the reasons why I think maybe Sengoku can make this a close series or even take it all, RRQ is a team which plays so heavily around your mid and jungle, Chaz and Helios. Well, guess who Sengoku's star players are? Russian Huck, baby. They're back at it again. So if there's any team, if there's any duo that can take them down, it's hopefully Russian Huck for Sengoku.
And Sengoku had that international experience already.
Yes,
like we had said earlier, they were at Horizon Cup and now at Icons again, competing at this stage. So let's catch up on some of the picks and the bans. RRQ going for that blue one, Camille with the blue one, Camille with the Zed. The assassins coming through for this team.
I love how fast the picks are coming in from RRQ because this is such a quintessential Rex, Regum, Keon team composition. You have the Camille here, still a flex between Chaz and Devil J fits them very well. Zed for Helios, he is one of the, if not the best Zed player, I would say, at the whole tournament here. And of course, Maki on that Ziggs. It's something he plays all the time. It's something he is stable on. And Sengoku, they're trying to answer back with a bit of scaling of their own.
Going for the Corki Rakan Wukong. This looks a lot like FPX drafting.
Yeah, it is exactly the FPX.
I think Sengoku were doing their research. They were definitely watching that last series.
The draft order has changed a little bit here, but these were 3 of the champions that FPX did use in Game 1 against Flash Wolves.
Now, can RRQ do what Flash Wolves did not? And that is win.
Win against these champs.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that. Just full-on eye contact with the camera, the casters, everybody at home. Juan's here. He's here to play.
I do love Juan, by the way. Even at Horizon Cup, he was one of the more entertaining characters, I would say, on stage. He's always high energy. Hopefully we get to see that from Sengoku if they win a couple of team fights. You know who is definitely high energy, though? It's RRQ. The battle cries. You know how exciting they play.
I don't think it's possible to match their energy. Maybe Liberty could.
Maybe
the Brazilian teams could match that. And Yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance to see those.
I was just telling you, right, Kangas, we are at the casting desk. It's a little bit far from the stage right now. I heard RRQ shouting. I went to take a look because I thought they were just around the corner. But they're all the way on stage. You can hear them shouting because they're just that loud.
It's amazing when you get the loud teams in the studio because
I love it. Yeah,
it raises the energy of everybody. Garen and Jace band away as Sengoku now lock in the Lux, dancing, twirling on stage right there. Very strong pick. One of the ones that I have loved seeing bot laners pilot.
Yeah, we love seeing this pick. It's a great answer to the Ziggs. It's also a great fit in a team composition where a Ziggs would normally go. You have a bit of a poke composition. You've got dive coming in. You can back that up with the shields, with the snares, with the Lux ultimate coming in as well. Sengoku's team composition is very cohesive and it works very well. RRQ's comp on the other hand, it's not very cohesive. But it does one thing.
Sengoku, they have a lot of CC team fight engage. RRQ, they are out for your blood, man. Look at this.
Diaz diving in on you.
Yeah, I mean, the Olaf says it doesn't matter that you have all this CC. I'm just going to keep running in anyway.
Yeah.
The Zed can try and outplay some of that CC and dance around it.
Okay.
They have so much damage packed into this RRQ comp.
This comp just says one thing, right, Kangas? Do dive. We're here to dive you. That's static. I just saw that animation. The way this team comp is going to play out from RRQ, you have the Olaf running in front, you have the Set running in, leading the charge. Camille and Zed are going to try to come in from an angle on the sides. That's what RRQ does so well. Rush though as a counter pick here. We said if Sengoku has a chance to win this game, it's going to need to come from Rush and Hawk.
Now, I don't have the stats in front of me directly, but I want to say this is the first grade.
I think it is.
Icons. I don't remember this being played at all in the play-ins. Maybe we can get confirmation on that.
Ну тут типа хуй знает. Дисциплин дохуя. Вы видели просто, что они взялись? Блять, чтобы стать, получить корочку, как он называется? Заслуженного, типа мастера спорта, да? Официально. Киберспортсмену надо, блядь, сдавать отжимания, блядь, там, физические всякие упражнения. Ну, типа бред какой-то. Кто пойдет их сдавать, блядь? Типа шахматистам таких же не предъявляют требований.
What's the law implications for that one, Kangas?
The lore, his rage means he doesn't need sight. It's
literally
smell.
blind with rage.
Oh,
yeah, you see.
Yeah. He's relying on other senses to get through at that point. But I mean, what's the lore implication of being able to like dodge out on like Lux's light binding? You know,
you're
like,
so angry that you can't get stunned. Makes perfect sense.
To one of us. Loaded in to Wild Rift right now. RRQ versus Sengoku Gaming for their first matchup in a best of 3, the Revenge Tour for Japan.
Sengoku, of course, gonna be trying to avenge
не включил звук, да?
the number 2 seed from
не включил.
JC, who got 2-0'd twice by RRQ. Now, of course, RRQ, they're not going to let that happen. They've got a very traditional RRQ draft, exactly what you expect from them. We were just talking about this, right? They played double assassins, triple assassins. They don't have that many assassins this time, but they're all going to try to dive in.
They have champions that can make action happen very early in the game.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. So I'm expecting high priority for early plays, especially from the RRQ side. That means that on the...
Ну типа наши ж выигрывали все-таки. И чемпионат мира по лолу выигрывали. По ПК. И по доте 2 раза выигрывали. Ну как бы я хуй знает. Чуть-чуть в другом, наверное, дело.
Good trades, very intense here in the Baron lane.
Low health bar for Devil J. Yeah. And I actually did just get confirmation, second Graves of Icons. It was played in Rix versus T1. Still, not one of the more popular picks so far. So let's see if Rush can pilot it to success. Definitely a champion that was in the meta last time we saw him at the international stage.
Yeah. For good reason as well. This champion clears so fast, does a lot of damage. He can kite out the Olaf, which is exactly what he's going to be trying to do this game as well.
And already these trades in the lanes.
Yeah.
Getting really aggressive here. Nobody's burned any summoner spells yet.
Really
but
close.
That might change here.
Yeah, really close, but we do see a bit of an adaptation. We saw this exact lane get played out between Ysera and Fado earlier today. Little difference though is Devil J took Ignite. He's trying to be aggressive. He thinks I can win this lane, I can win this matchup, while Ysera took Barrier. Traditional Ysera trying to play a bit safe.
Also the fleet footwork, so you're going to try and have that little extra oomph, maybe a little less of that survivability packed in.
Almost sustain, right, as you trade.
Exactly, yeah. As now we have the push in from the bottom lane.
Ну, типа просто у нас еще до сих пор слишком отсталое как бы восприятие этого всего. На государственном уровне к этому относится все как к просто нарисованным человечикам бегающим. А там это выведено более на другой уровень.
So that means that Sengoku, they can try and just weather the storm.
Yes.
Just play it safe, play it casual. Maybe look for the lanes that have some kill pressure. I am looking at this top lane with the Ignite, with the Cyclone setup right now. There's a possibility that Rush could find something if Devil J uses the hook shot aggressively.
Yeah, and I would love to see Uki did what we saw last game as well from Lei. Just roam up to the Baron lane, look for a play together with your Wukong. You cancel the hook shot, it's very killable.
Ooh, but Devil J actually gets the better of that trade. So Kai has to go back, grab the honey fruit.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to these objectives spawning, but still a minute and a half away. Devil J.
Ну, типа того, да.
Yeah, this is a player that in the play-in stage, I felt like he was sometimes hot, sometimes cold.
Yes.
Didn't always win the laning
Not
phase.
just the play-ins, the host.
True.
Ну, просто люди, сидящие там, они как бы, грубо говоря, отстали от... Ну, живут в другом времени совсем. Ну, типа, для них не доходит, что игра это может быть спортом, да? Ну, по сути, игра это и есть спорт, да? Футбол это же игра? Игра. Ну, что в этой игре тоже нужно... Да, тут ты не мышцами управляешь, да, ну как бы и мышцами, да? Тут нужна скорость реакции твоего другого органа мозга, да? Ну, тут я же говорю, что тут зависит просто отношение поменять надо к этому. Хотя бы. Ну, типа, люди не понимают, что тут так же самое, например, как и... Например, если они могут принять шахматы еще как за спорт, да? То тут как бы надо и думать, да? То есть тут проверяется все равно возможности человека, то есть спортивные. Тут ты не просто так бегаешь, да, и... Типа играешь. А ты должен думать, у тебя должна быть скорость реакции. Какие-то навыки, которые прокачиваются.
That's why you buy the Howlbreaker. We've seen this exact matchup get played out multiple times. Without the Howlbreaker, Zed just solo kills you on the side lane off cooldown every time you don't have exhaust. With the Howlbreaker, you start to win trades against that.
And they might just go for a dive on Exosin right now. Only has the Rocket Belt, not a lot of stats backing him up. Flashes to safety, and the Mega Inferno Bomb saves the turret. So RRQ, they get the outer top turret. The Herald pushes even more. They get 2 turrets. Do they get Kai?
Oh, second Cyclone's up.
Doesn't land the knockup onto Kai, and Devil J without any mana will back off.
And big win on the map here from RRQ, making a play in the Baron lane with the Rift Herald. They get 2 turrets, showing off why Rift Herald priority can pay off so well if you execute on it. And of course, on the other side of the map, Exosin, oh man's got half.
Ну хули, если в Корее есть институты по киберспорту, да? То есть ты можешь поступить на факультет киберспорта, например, да? Ну, конечно, это слегка странно звучит, да, в наших широтах, но все же, это есть.
Does have the Hextech ultimatum, but I think he's waiting for a timing here. His team's not in position here, Devil J.
The one thing Sengoku got from that extended trade was, of course, that dragon. They can look to continue.
Ну тут как бы нами тоже особо грешить, в принципе, в той же Америке, в принципе, похожие отношения, как и у нас к этому всему делу.
Look at the vision line right now on the top half of the map here from RRQ. Helios has all the space in the world. He's gotta feel so comfortable.
Да и Европа далеко от этого не ушла тоже.
Helios right now. He's got a warm, safe.
Да, азиаты в основном, у них это такое какое-то.
Ultimatum on the Hawk with the showstopper. Hawk does Valkyrie to safety. Chaz might commit to the dive. Taking a couple turret shots. RRQ do not find the kill. But the bomb! Marky finishing the job.
What great timing for Marky as well. Waiting that one.
Я, короче, завтыкал всю игру. Я сидел, размышлял, блядь. Что тут происходит? 28-25. Японцы проигрывают. Вукон гонит у фарма. Это плохо, ибо дальше он будет еще более бесполезным. Ну тут, скорее всего, 1-0 в RRQ выиграют. Мне так кажется.
Once you get the genres, life will get it easier. They have it on Rush, they have it on One. It's great against the Hextech Ultimatum. It's great against the Z combo. It buys you a couple of seconds against a rampaging Olaf as well. It's not the worst.
Now, as we have a slight respite here in this game, objectives will spawn here shortly. 30 seconds is the setup timer for this Herald. Sengoku have the Corki package. I'm looking to see where they decide to put their pressure, because right now, RRQ, they actually have multiple members bot side. They should lose this top turret.
So close here. Rush is so tanky.
Ooh, Helios actually under
He's
the
so
turret.
tanky.
1v2'd Kai and Rush. Doesn't get a kill, but still, I mean, he's doing his job.
Yes.
And now it's Hawk, engaged upon by Exosin, finds the flanking maneuver. And that is a dead Corki.
And this is a trade Hawk RRQ combo. We dive in, Marky, you use your long range.
Ну, три вышки уже снесли, ебать. Я первую только
No kill
снесли.
picked up by Sengoku, but at least they get a turret.
At least it's a trade.
Yeah, they can trade those objectives. The Herald is still on the table.
Жена не дает раскрыться твоему потенциалу.
Seconds as of now, which means there could be
Все мы в
more
душе
objectives.
киберкотлеты.
RRQ, they didn't use their champion advantage on the Rift to force the Herald.
They have a bit of time right now. They're going to go for the resets, but they're going to be playing into Hawk with the package. Fortunately for them, they are... Well, they're up on gold on every member on the side of our...
Но всем нам не дает раскрыться зловещее око системы подбора. Это кавычки.
You dive onto the backline and you snipe them out with every spell you have. The rockets, the Lux lasers, the collateral damage, blasting Marky forces him to flash away as well. He's so low, it's so dangerous, nice!
Блять.
Over the wall, Aoki gets it. Nicely set up, Marky's down.
Ну, камбэкают, получается. Камбэкают. Японцы.
Again, the pick on Marky, it's mistimed with Exosin.
Yes.
This could be Sengoku even going for the dragon.
Very staggered here, and look at the items on the side of RRQ. They're gonna go for a second team fight, very likely.
Рейкан с семенем бегает.
That's the upside, but the downside is no second item completed. They're so close on top, jungle, mid, but they're not gonna have it.
Да, ну не очевидно, да. Я поспешил с выводами. Я не верил, но у них откамбэкал Вуконг. Я не верю в Вуконга, который идет в отставании. Но пока они камбэкнули.
The shielding from One as well makes the stare down favored towards Sengoku because he just negates so much of the potential damage output from the side of RRQ. What RRQ have to do, should do, and will do, I think, is pressure the side lane. So that's what they're trying to do with Helios now.
If Sengoku find one big pick with the likes of the Binding, with the likes of the Engage, of the Rakan, and the Wukong, we saw what FPX was able to do with a very similar style of composition in that last series. This could be Sengoku drawing first blood in a best of three, dropping the Herald mid, and now they're on the Dragon.
it's looking very likely Sengoku, they're gonna get this dragon very likely. Helios is not gonna be able to answer, but he's gonna be able to try the trade. I think he might want to go for an inhibitor.
Chaz is in the pit. He's straight on.
Ебать.
Secured by Sengoku. The server was big, but
Люкса.
only one kill.
Чисто как в солоку.
Killed, taken down. Helios split pushing in the Baron lane. He has another wave.
А Z тем временем
Inhibitor.
сносит вышечку-то.
Stop pretty soon. It's so low right.
Ну добивай уже ее.
Oh, okay. Here comes Kai trying to do his best to just
Бля,
keep
чё ж
this
ты не...
turret
А,
alive.
он
Helios,
остался.
I think he's committing.
He got it,
Yeah,
he
he
got it.
gets the inhibitor.
Хорош.
Wow. Forces the Zhonya's out from Kai.
Что я не помню, куда она пропал, потом появился.
Pops back in, hits the turret, takes down the first inhibitor at 12 minutes. And they just understand how to win the game right now, RRQ. They're losing the fights. They're getting outmaneuvered on the setups. But it doesn't matter because they know we have another win condition. We have a Zed. We have a Camille. Which is not going to fight you.
They didn't even lose that fight. They were the one that got a kill. They didn't get the dragon, but like 4v5, they got a kill and they get an inhibitor.
Yes.
That was huge for RRQ. Helios, the hero of the team.
Fantastic stuff from the rest of the members as well, stopping the back, nearly winning the team fight, and Chaz nearly stole that dragon as well. Thankfully for Sengoku,
Да, что нравится им, это банка всем. И сет с банкой.
Items are getting picked up by pretty much everyone right now. Those second, third items getting finished.
Okay, stops Helios' back. Yeah. Tanky enough here, and with Hawk having the package available, Sengoku looks like they're going to use this cooldown to try and force the turret. Devil J will stop, he'll push.
Yeah, the Hextech Ultimatum can no longer really be used as your main engage tool right now because we see 1, 2, 3, 4 Zhonya's stopwatch stasis getting picked up. Yeah, denies both the engage from the Hextech Ultimatum as well as the assassination potential.
Oh, excellent.
That Deathmark.
Very far forward.
А сет может, кстати, если он через стенку к себе притянет, может притянуть к себе или нет? Если он вплотную к стенке станет, а с другой стороны будет чемпион, он сможет его перетянуть или нет?
Kai's down a full 1.3 thousand. That's a 3-item Zed. You have to be very careful here.
Helios is a very big boy right now. He's got the Cyrilda's grudge as well, so he will be able to start threatening even the tankiest members of Sengoku in the side lane.
Once he lands the snow, it's hard to get away. Ooh, Ragnarok pop there from Chaz.
That's it, yeah.
Prevents the knockup of Oki, but that is an ultimate down.
And look at the side lanes. That's
Вроде
the big
может.
thing right now from RRQ. They don't need to win a fight. We don't need to force a fight. We just need to keep you interested enough to stay in the mid lane. That Helios Precious top keeps one member, maybe two members there. Eventually, he's gonna find an opening, try to snipe someone out, force someone back to base. Thankfully for Sengoku, they have that Lux.
Yeah, but it didn't hit the whole wave.
It's not enough.
And it was not enough.
Ну, по фарму идут нормально, в
They're
принципе.
taking these turrets incredibly fast. RRQ
Чуть-чуть на перефарме.
on the team fight. They said, all right, we're no longer going to try and contest you. We're just going for the side lane pushes.
Ну, там самое главное, что у Зикса, у Зеда фармом все хорошо. Ну, там у Грейвза.
And it really is a wall of attrition right now for the side of RRQ. And I think this is a wall which eventually they're gonna win just because of the nature of their
15 минута 3-3. Ну да, кстати.
You're gonna get more farm, funnel into
Жестко.
your Camille, funnel into your Zed, exactly the people you want to farm on. Once they get 1-2 more items, they're gonna be very comfortable taking the next team fight at the Elder Dragon. I think one more dragon in it, one more item and you're good to go.
It's so crazy that they were able to make all this work without a Hullbreaker themselves.
Yeah.
It's actually Sengoku that have the Hullbreaker comp as Exorcism looked for a potential engage right there. But the fact that Devil J will now, I think, off of this reset, get the Hullbreaker. It's even worse news for Sengoku, who have struggled stopping these side lane pushes. Actually, Devil J doesn't complete the reset. Still in lane, but as soon as he goes back, he's got the components. That's going to be a Hullbreaker.
Wanna go in Exo?
Okay,
Ой,
looks for the
пизда.
engage.
А,
Just
нет.
goes straight on the marquee. Flash was used by the Zig.
Блять, все катки...
The satchel
Зикс выходит из них пиздец просто. Из файтов.
As well as Uki to try to start the fight there. You really need to try to make these picks happen. And burning the flash on both Maki and Exo is huge because the next time your outs come up, you run it back and you likely get that kill. You have to force a play in the mid lane. You have to catch someone off.
Package is available for Hawk. Flash
Oh,
from Devil J.
no,
Oh!
no.
Knocking down the only member
No.
without the stasis. Oki gets away with the Battle Lance over the wall, but one cannot follow. And that means a pick for RRQ 20 seconds before...
Да не, мне кажется, уже все, ебать, тут...
One more to give them those picks there.
Ну, типа...
Feels desperate. You can see it flashing forward.
Сингоку отлетают в этой карте.
Still just being a menace.
absolute annoyance.
Ну, я думаю, они выиграют.
Passing the taunt, a taunt in the side of Sengoku.
Honestly, Helio should have Hullbreaker right now.
Yeah.
If this Zed had that item, that would be not a 100 health Nexus, but it's Devil J with it instead. Actually, Devil J getting collapsed.
Типа, если они не заинтят.
Coming in here, follows up, use Cyclone. Oh, they don't commit.
That's the nature of this matchup. You just get outscaled, but Chaz has started off the Inferno Dragon. It's getting a bit low, though.
That's Elder. They're on Elder Dragon, RRQ. If they can net this, this is huge. Helios is still going Baron lane, so RRQ, they can just stall.
Yes. This is the play here. RRQ got a bit impatient. They started it off a little bit too early. Now desynced on the resets because Chaz is so low. They're going to have to try this again. They're under no pressure. They have
Да, надо на Зеде научиться играть.
That's the good news right now for RRQ.
They call off the play for the push. Helios instead just gets a vision around the Baron, making sure that Sengoku won't be able to trade that for a potential Elder Dragon. It's still so close. It's within 2,000 gold between these two teams in 18 minutes, and the later the game goes, the less that percentage means anything.
Наконец-то.
Sengoku are actually on the Dragon now.
They have to force this, but package is used.
Yeah, they use the package to try and get on Devil J, and he's just...
Кстати, как вы думаете, Зед это положительный герой по лору или отрицательный? Ермак, спасибо за нано.
Which is on such a short cooldown, it's basically halfway up. For Cyclone, one of your key team fighting tools, it's so big for RRQ. Sengoku need to force plays, but they don't have the tools to anymore.
And RRQ are directly onto the Dragon now. Teleport being used by Kai, but that is a Wukong with no Cyclone. And look at Helios, he's still there.
Oh no, this is such a hard game to play from
Ну,
Sengoku. This is such a...
вы знаете или
They're getting toyed with on the map right
просто
now.
предположили?
You have to flip.
Ермак, а ты?
Yeah, it's over. Kagus is heartbreaking.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Helios is going to the Nexus.
Нет, он не...
Approaching at the Dragon. Hawk was the one that went back. And Cyclone's almost up. So Kai will be able to team fight here.
Он не ученик Кэнона.
Helios is trying to make a decision right now. He can either stay or he can come around on the flank. Because of the wave state, I think he's going to get spotted out if he comes to flank. But right back to the 1-3-1. RRQ, they know we do not need to make a play. Sengoku is the team that has
Ну,
to make
он, типа, предположили. Ну, все в видосе, конечно, узнаете. Но его трудно назвать и положительным, и отрицательным. По большей степени, наверное, положительным. Я просто всегда его считал отрицательным каким-то персонажем.
Sengoku find the crucial pick.
Yeah, this is what they need here. Good news for Sengoku. They saved all their ultimates except for the...
Ну, он такой неоднозначный.
I think because of the nature of the game, you have to flip Sengoku. You have to start this.
Oh, Hawk needs to survive this.
Но вот больше вам будет интереснее. Я, блядь, уже хочу этот видос сделать, пиздец. Реально интересно. Я читал, прям у меня аж неподдельный интерес проявился к истории.
Send somebody back again. It's Oki that goes back, has the teleport, and here's the flank from Helios. We're going for the fight. Showstopper used, rush, found a big engage. Exosin is traded right now.
Ебать, Зет ушел, да?
This could be big. This could be huge, but they don't find it.
А, у него там нормально же.
Right back out of the bottom wave. He can go for the end.
He doesn't have the power to go for the end right now, but he gets a second inhibitor. We saw how Sengoku could not deal with one inhibitor being down. Now there's two. Now there's TPs. Now it's the Elder.
Не, он не учитель Зеда. Учитель Зеда — отец Шена. Да, Зед заспушил девушки.
I would not want to be Sengoku right now. It's such a frustrating game to play. You have only one win condition.
Они типа Шеном братья были. Ну, не кровные, а лучшие друзья.
Sengoku have to put an end to that. They have to just flip the game right now at Baron. That's it. That's the only thing they can do.
If the migraine lasts for longer than 2 hours, please consult your medical professionals. And also consider playing against a team that is not named RRQ, because I don't think it's going away anytime soon right now. Sengoku have to deal with Devil J in the side lane now. And he's going for it. He gets out again. He's got super minions helping him die. Super low in health, flashes forward with the cycle. He's just gonna
Камила просто раскомсала, блядь.
Devil J with the 1v2. And he can chase down Kai. Divine Thunder gives him a little bit of healing, but there's no escape. 1v2 win for RRQ's Baron laner.
He wants Rush as well, nearly taking down here Helios and Devil J. The solo laners of RRQ are putting this game on their back.
Those were the first 2 kills for Devil J. He was 0 and 2 before that.
Yeah.
Can somebody explain that to me?
Helios' first
Да,
kill as well was
мастер-класс.
on Hawk in the top
Ну ладно,
lane.
не читай, Геральт, потом видос будет неинтересно смотреть. Там читать, конечно, много, но все равно. Ну, я это предвидел.
We think about team fighting, we think about mechanical prowess, assassinations, but they just won through 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts for Sengoku. And this is a new dimension.
Ну там реально Вуконг, ну Вуконг в отставании очень слабый персонаж. По 4 в 5 выиграть такое.
And then it just became like this really confusing, convoluted, like psychological thriller at the end.
Давай, Ермак, удачи тебе.
With these side lanes constantly pushing you in, how do you deal with Helios on the Zed?
Total
There's
14.
nothing that can answer. Even the Hullbreaker Corgi couldn't answer it.
Yeah, that's what we said, right? The longer the game goes on, the better RRQ are feeling. They know they don't need to force anything, and they answered the team comp that outranged them so well. The only thing that Sengoku could do was force fights, and they couldn't because RRQ outplayed
Ты,
it.
получается, выиграл. А ты в прошлое ничего, у тебя в ноль, да, ушла в прошлое, получается, как? Геральт.
Of course. You know, I was just thinking, you know, Stuart House, some heroes, you know, you see them steal the Baron, you see them, you know, go in and initiate for the team, 5-man knockup, just like we saw earlier. Some heroes, they just push the top lane. Some heroes just do that.
Yeah, and also, it all started in the beginning. Like, it was just a tiny snowball that started in the beginning. We saw it coming, right? Like, where 2 turrets got taken with a single Rift Herald. At that point, I was already saying, Helios is just gonna split push it to victory. And that's exactly what he did. Constantly applying pressure. They also had that Hullbreaker Camille, also applying...
Ну, я понял, да, сейчас выиграл.
Playing the macro game, applying way too much pressure for Sengoku to deal with in that game.
Yeah, but let's also talk about Sengoku because it was actually quite close. Like,
Да, я понял, понял.
You know, the gold lead and everything. There were a lot of times where they were pretty much almost even, Stuart.
Yeah, throughout the entire game, I felt like the game was really, really close. It was just back and forth. It was about trading towers, trying to get objectives. Sengoku was focusing more towards the dragons, where RRQ was focused towards that Rift Herald as well. And, you know, going back quickly to that Rift Herald play, you know, Exorson on that set, down in the bot lane, defending that tower was absolutely huge. I feel like that's, even though it's like a really, really small point to come up with, it's a huge, huge thing in this game. You know,
Так облизывался.
defend that bot lane tower.
Облизывался, смотря на толстячка.
They potentially don't even get that second top lane tower, but because RRQ got that top lane tower, because they had that pressure from Helios as well throughout the entire game, it just felt like Sengoku were always playing on the back foot. They always had to look towards that top side. They always had to think, okay, is Helios going to push? Could someone be up?
Не, ну каждый месяц обновляется. Но со следующего месяца я буду чуть-чуть менять там политику. Скины останутся, заново их можно будет получить, но скорее всего на них возрастет цена.
RRQ just showed us how they exactly dealt with it, and if Sengoku doesn't change up, they'll lose the next game as well. Just like own-sold stuff, it's the same story. They'll just lose the next game very, very easily if they make.
Ну типа, чтоб не было такого, как в этом месяце, уже через 2 недели не было скинов.
Rush decided to go for a rapid fire cannon. I don't quite understand why. You get the bonus range, so you get great poking, but there's multiple different items that Graves benefits a lot from, like the Solari Charge Blade to do a lot more damage, like the Phantom Dancer to tank up a little bit more damage, like the Guardian Angel, right, to get the Guardian Angel, Infinity Edge, more damage. I can call more items. There was just different kinds of items that he could have.
Да, ну я ж просто не знаю, Геральт, я сейчас подстраиваю пока эту систему методом проб и ошибок. 100 лет назад лор Зеда читал. Да, солдат. Ну есть там такое. Ну и ладно, уже видос выпущу. Поглядишь. Думаю, будет интересно. Не, ну в этом есть смысл, чтобы, типа, у кого подписка есть, чтобы он быстрее это делал. Точнее, чтобы у него было больше шансов. Ну просто, чтобы было не так быстро. Не знаю, либо количество баллов уменьшать, наоборот, либо увеличивать стоимость, не знаю еще.
It's like it's very, very up and down, but RRQ is always in that lead. I think Sengoku are just always on the back foot right at the start. As soon as they lose him 2 towers in the top side, Helios goes to the top lane, he makes that pressure, and as soon as that inhibitor falls, Sengoku always have that on the back of their mind. They're always thinking, okay.
Ну что-то японцы не радуют на этом турнире, кстати. Одна команда японцев уже отлетела, одна осталась.
That means they had to go back to base. Sodica onto, it was Hack, sorry. It was Sodica onto Hack. That means they had to go back. They had to defend the Nexus. And then that means that Sengoku, they can't really do anything around the Elder Dragon.
And, you know, you have one eye on Helios, who's just been constantly on the top lane side, somewhere there in the bushes, just hiding, just waiting for the optimal moment. You also have Devil J.
Кстати, БП, наверное, скоро должен новый выйти, да?
You know, applying a huge amount of pressure on the other side. And Hells, you know, we were just watching him. There were like some fights where like, okay, there's no way he survives this. And, you know, it's 3v1. Surely, you know, Sengoku can deal with this, but apparently not.
Yeah, while Helios was pushing that top lane, he was pushing the bottom lane, right? Like, that was just perfectly played yet again. He had that hull breaker as well. He was very close to his team, but just not quite close enough to cancel out the hull breaker. So that's what made it super, super good. And yeah, he was applying the pressure as well. He was winning 1v2s. We saw that as well. And he just did his job as well. So much pressure from the top side, from the bot side, from the middle, everywhere. So yeah, he did a great job as well.
And that comes back to the priority pick in draft as well. You know, RRQ went for the Camille first pick. It's a very comfortable champion that Devil J has played, you know, throughout the entire year as well. And if you put Devil J on a champion where he can split push, he can play aggressive, but then also at the same time, Camille is a champion that can escape really easy with the likes of Hookshot. He can win 1 versus 2 situations. So you've got Helios on one side on a Zed, who he's very, very comfortable with, even though I feel like Sengoku did a good job shutting down Helios this game. He wasn't really the main carry. And you have Devil J on the other side on the Camille. It's so hard for Sengoku to focus. It's like, who do you focus?
Ну да, кстати, да. Вообще, я это изначально я это делал для того, чтобы музыку ставили.
And that was really looked like RRQ's game plan, right? To basically spin Sengoku around several times and then have them try and walk in a straight line. That's what they were doing, because they were also baiting out the objectives when they would try and start looking, okay, we're taking the Rift Herald, come at us, Sengoku over here. Meanwhile, Helios again is just doing his job and just pushing. I just want to point out, of course, when somebody picks a Zed, you kind of expect, okay, here we are, assassin plays gonna,
кстати, наверное,
you know, these really, really flashy kind of plays.
Да.
Sometimes it's really just pushing the towers, but it wins the game. It wins the game.
Думаю, что с завтрашнего дня, наверное, до полуфиналов не буду стримить уже турик. Буду играть, наверное. Ну, буду какие-то интересные катки только стримить. Не все подряд.
Well, we're gonna see how many times RRQ can spin Sengoku around at this time going into game number 2. Kangas, Omo, over to you guys.
Thank you, Mika and the desk. Game 2, and Sengoku are facing down a terrifying opponent right here, Omo. They were hoping for revenge based on what happened to USG, but it's looking like RRQ, they're just, you know, back to their usual tricks.
На коэффициент 20 можно. Коэффициент 20 поставить.
Looking to make it 6-0 after change of pace, let's say, from how RRQ usually plays in the last game.
I love how this can happen at international events. Regions develop rivalries, grudge matches.
Is this a rivalry?
Start to rise up. Well, okay, you can have one-sided rivalries.
Okay,
I'm a North American fan, and I'm talking to the Brazilians right now.
Yeah.
We can self-identify as rivals, even if it's maybe.
Не хочешь поставить, Геральт? Кристина, ставь. Что возьму Джинкс. 50 баллов. Если выигрываешь, выигрываешь 1000. А проигрываешь 50. Ты все равно ими не пользуешься.
No way!
Oh, they got moves too.
They do. They really do. What a team, RRQ. They love the game, they enjoy the game, they go all out in the game, and it really shows in their play style.
Давай, все.
That
Ставка
last game
принята.
was so fun to watch. If
Yeah.
you're just saying the second half, if you're going back and watching VODs and somehow you
Skip the
hear
first
this
10 minutes.
before you watch the game, skip the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's unnecessary. Just watch the macro when it came to the lane states going forward. It was incredible. Now we're into game 2 though. Sengoku, they need a
Прикиньте,
clear
возьмут.
mind. Yeah, get a fresh slate here as they. That could be a tilting game. Game number 1. So I'm curious how they're gonna adapt here.
Yeah, I think what Sengoku needs to identify is that there's now 2 faces of RRQ that you have to deal with. I think Sengoku's draft against RRQ last game was really good into the
Ну
first
удивите
game.
хотя бы чем-нибудь, да?
Which is to be
Не
aggressive.
знаю, кого можно взять, кого не брали вообще.
Sengoku answered a lot of that there.
Хотя бы Кейтлин
But they
какую-нибудь.
didn't answer the split pushing potential.
Бан
And
Джинкс.
honestly, how do you draft to answer both team fighting and split pushing?
Самый неразумный бан.
Tigu is so smart at just like playing to his team's strengths.
Кого не брали там
and
еще
making sure
вообще?
that the enemy team doesn't have an answer at the same time. You're looking at some of these bands.
Интересного
Love
такого
priority
персонажа.
picks like the Karma taken away, even the
Мастера,
Jax
мастера в лес ему.
eventually answer split pushing, and also the Yumi on top of it.
Yeah, I like that they are target banning the Yumi 2 games in a row now, as well as Enchanters as a whole. This was something that
Ну что-то охота посмотреть на что-то интересное, да? То все одно и то же. Казикс, понятно. Вулкон, Рейкан.
Chazix is back. Answer from Sengoku going
Не брали, не брали
to their
геров.
first 2 picks.
Вообще не брали АДК каких. Ну, так, из АДК только брали Варуса, Корки, Люциана. И все, по-моему. А, и Кайсу один раз брали. Ну, или Катю. Ну, что интересное. Ирелию. Тима. Тима на топ.
Exciting stuff. I've been loving the Singed gameplay. I think it's incredibly strong in the right.
Ну, я вижу, ты хочешь взять мастера.
Right hands. It will most likely be against that Corki though. If Sengoku want to just run it back, I don't hate the first 3 champions that they lock in here. So, okay, it's the Ziggs. They're pivoting.
That's pretty good stuff. I like the Ziggs a little bit more than the Lux. The Lux offers you some things that Ziggs cannot, but Ziggs' raw power in terms of poke, wave clear, and range, it's just unmatched by anything else in the meta right now. And we see a return of the trademark Exorcist and Galio. And because of that Galio pickup as well, I feel like Sengoku...
Ну, потому что контроля дохуя берут. Типа, на Кате против контроля вообще... Ну, нереально что-то сделать. Ну и Рейли такая же самая. Не знаю, возьмите бренда какого-нибудь, да что-нибудь нового возьмите, блядь.
Just back up the Kazakhs. Everything to keep Chazix alive.
Let me float you an idea here. Okay. I don't think Helios is much of a cinch player.
Этот турнир прям самый, наверное, пока этот этап его, самый не очень интересный в этом плане. Пиков.
One of, if not the lowest base magic resist champions in the entire game.
We saw you, Sarah tried it with Akali. Didn't really work. Maybe the Singed is gonna work better. Let's see. I mean, on paper, it should still go mid lane. 99.9%. Helios will play that one. I'm just floating a little.
You just have to get it in there because if it happens, you're massive.
Exactly.
Он думает, брать Джинкс или нет.
Yeah, it's going mid anyway.
It was hypothetical. You know, I didn't say it was going. I said it could. Maybe. As now we get to see Sengoku's next pick right here. They even ban away the Akali there, so could be even more evidence. Oh, Garen. Okay.
Garen to counter the Cinch mid. So Sengoku believes it's going to be a Cinch mid, and it very likely will be. And of course, Maki going to lead the charge here on the Varus aggressive lane, playmaking out of lane. Let's see what they can do. Maki and Exo now the aggressors. Varus, Galio want to be so aggressive in lane.
And I will say, I think that this means that you don't want to go Singed into the Baron lane either, because they could just send the Garen up there, Wukong jungle at that point. So, all right, RRQ, Riven in the Baron lane, Singed mid, Kazakh's jungle. This is a lot of damage packed in the different lanes, you know, jungle and then both sides of the map.
Yeah, for once, Helios is not going to be the carry. He's on a facilitative champion here. But everyone else has the tools to carry, has the tools to lead the charge. Let's see how this Helios Chaz combo works out with the dynamic swap here. Wukong Jungle going to be coming in from Rush, and we will see the age-old matchup, Renekton Riven.
Very skill match.
Я надеюсь, это их как-то развеселит там Риутов, что они поймут, что надо быстрее героя выпускать.
Really get ahead at that point. And wow, cool does he look cool. How it stick.
Renekton Riven going to be a very pivotal.
Ну, слушай, солдат, если на ней даже без разгона, если она будет в темпе идти со всеми, то она все равно сильная. Просто контроля слишком много берет. Мне кажется, в этом проблема. ПК Лоли в 2 раза больше. 150 или 160, что такое.
And then something like a Vera, something like a Ziggs that can just throw out damage from range and stay safe because you have such a massive front line. That's kind of what Sengoku have drafted here.
Pretty much, right? That's the goal.
Нет, там что-то около 100 за 150. Может 170 где-то так. По-моему, 200 нет.
Game 2 loading onto the Rift. RRQ having a chance to sweep.
Ну типа реально как-то этот турнир, вот после просмотра этого турнира нету желания. Ощущение от игры, как будто наоборот хуже становится.
They're trying to be more multifaceted here, trying to show new dimensions, which I think is so important for them. Ooh, look at that trade coming in.
Yeah, not winning out in the bottom lane. As Exosin is very low in the health bar, and Devil J, though, winning the top lane trade. All right, so let me just...
Типа человек, который, вот, например, вообще не играл в Wild Rift, например, да, зайдет, посмотрит, подумает, ебать, пойду я в ML играть, ебать, там героев намного больше, блядь. Тут одни и те же бегают.
Shouldn't be how it happens. That's not how it should go.
Oh, maybe we can trade bot. Okay. Marky and Exosin are actually kind of getting bullied around down here.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Sengoku are not going to be happy that one happened, but I am going to be happy because it lets me explain this matchup a little bit more. Renekton's
Не, ну катки интересные бывают, я не спорю.
But he's so weak at level 1.
Я имею в виду за пики. Типа вот мы смотрим, когда так постоянно каждую катку, ну смотришь, что оно надоедает реально смотреть одно и то же.
Then you threaten shot trades. That's how this matchup should work out. Riven abused the level 1, Devil J understood his limits, and Kai did not respect.
Ну хотя бы половина, а здесь получается сколько, 20 персонажей где-то берутся максимум. А в игре их 80 с чем-то.
Cooldown reduction is damage on Riven because the more you get to weave your combos, the more damage you do, and you have such short cooldowns already.
So Kai, can you equalize or just kind of stop the bleeding in a way, or can the rest of the map get an advantage for themselves? Marky and Exosin were low on health, and now Rush and Hawk both.
Не, ну это конечно бред. У кого-то 4, да, скилла, у кого-то 3. Ну по идее у тех, у которых 3 скилла, должны быть сильнее индивидуально каждый скилл.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Okay, never mind.
That's how you do it, Kai.
Yeah, pretty good trade here from Kai. The key to Renekton laning is when you have wave control, when you get to access.
Ну, солдат не 20 будет, их будет как минимум 40. Уже будет интересно, даже ПК Лол ты смотришь, там ну, интереснее смотреть его, потому что там нету такого, что прям в каждой катке одни и те же герои. Понятно, что их будет, всегда будет какая-то мета определенная. Но чем больше выбор, тем больше будет и усредненный выбор.
There was just no time, no space to react to that instant burst combo. Devil J was so clean with it too. He just comboed everything into the flash and just one-shot him together with Chaz.
Didn't even use Ignite. So as you go for a reset, this is probably just to complete a Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
I would guess. Oh no. Okay, he's going for the Sunder instead. Okay. Close to a completed Sunder.
Very, very close. Well, no,
Oh, there it is. He saved. Yeah, I mean, it's only 200 difference between the completed item and the regular, so you might as well.
Yeah, 3-minute Divine Sunray.
That
That's
is
gonna
gross.
be huge for Devil J. I would have loved to see Kai go for something like the Ninja Tobbies here. That would have helped him a lot in the laning matchup, but he's gonna be all inning on the Black Cleaver. There is a timing window with Black Cleaver and Blade of the Rune King, where Renekton can still win trades against the Riven. That's assuming this matchup doesn't get any more out of control than it already is.
Не, да, Мэл там уматовая тоже. Я недавно узнал, что в ML скины дают преимущество. Да, вообще прикол.
Maybe Rush can help him out with that. The flash for the Cyclone. They know the Devil J does not have flash. That's the damage follow-up. It takes 2, but they shut down Devil J.
Yeah, I misread that one. I thought they wouldn't have enough damage, but just enough. And yeah, that's a great time
Just
on
after
play.
4 minutes.
Так, ну
Beautiful.
что.
Turret fortification is gone.
But there's an answer. RRQ
Yeah.
actually sending members here.
Рейкан с казнью электричеством.
The taunt. Marky flashing forward with the chains of corruption. Lands it on the rush. And now here comes Chazix. The follow-up damage gets the kill.
We have an inside joke in the WCS where you see Axel play Galio and he just his punches.
Но все равно преимущество дают.
100% of the time, it's a combo he always goes for.
Ну как бы это ненормально.
Under the turret though. Chaz.
Ебать.
That's big. Okay, close.
Very nearly.
Ебать, сейчас будет троих, если...
All right, hey, Kai gets the Black Cleaver and the boots after that one. They didn't quite get the turret. They were really close. Maybe one more push could get Kai back into this game.
Ну просто, мне кажется, это микро, оно портит впечатление о игре уже.
This is it. The game state is still relatively close. The real gold lead is only Devil J versus Kai. And Kai's not coming. Kai's just staying in the bottom lane. I think that's a good call.
Ну это типа как раньше было в ПК-лоле, руны собирали.
And I mean, you can just use the Ziggs to try and poke out this Herald.
Ты типа за синюю пыль тут покупал руны, собирал их там.
If Rush can get out of here, this is huge. And Kai actually roamed all the way up from the Dragon Lane. Rush is still alive. He's just buying time.
Ебать, Реннингтон прибежал, распугал всех.
Marky should go down here. Helios and Exosindo, they get on top of one. And it's just Kai. Can he get the Herald? He's in a 1v2 scenario. Kai could be the hero, but he doesn't quite have the
Забрал все-таки. Да ладно.
He's out. Oh, Kai, that was beautiful.
Да, но их давно уже нету. Типа лет 5 назад убрали. Ну, сейчас система рун обычная. Ну, вот как сейчас в Wildlift'е. Сейчас такая же, ну там больше рун в ПК-лоле. Просто больший выбор. А раньше их надо было там варить, блядь. Какие-то руны там КД те повышали, какие-то там руны тебе урон. Или криты давали. Такая. Ну пока они ведут. На 2000 почти. Перефарм у них.
Yes, he definitely is, but we need to talk about Hawk. The man just won the team fight for his team, diving into 3 people, soloing out the enemy jungler on a Garen.
That's what Garen does! It's so frustrating. It's like, why do you have so much damage and we can't...
Ну, типа смысл в том, что их надо было покупать, то есть ты мог играть против человека, которого они не куплены, вообще никакие, например, да? То есть чем больше ты играл, тем больше у тебя преимущества было. Ну там тоже небольшое преимущество, но оно было. Там просто прикол в том, что как бы больше был спектр, да, применения, в плане того, что ты сам думал, как тебе распределить твое преимущество. То есть у тебя есть преимущество, и у меня есть преимущество, да? И более точечно можно было распределить, что тебе нужно. Например, я там поставлю тебе руны на КД, я играю на Вейгаре на каком-то, да, там, грубо говоря. А ты там себе на криты, там, на каком-нибудь дрейвине, да? А сейчас получается, что, ну, как бы одна руна, ну, несколько рун, да, там, завоеватель, то еще там, стремительный темп. А там можно было прям поставить руну, там, 10% поставить на КД, там, 20% рун поставить, там, на другой стату и так балансировать по-разному.
Like a thief in the night, Chazix jumps in, steals it, flashes out. Devil J's not even here, gets a turret, gets the gold back, and RIQ in a blink of an eye get a gold lead again and get the dragon.
That was so close. So close for Sengoku Gaming. They had the game in control, but if you don't pull the dragon, if you let the Kazakhs get in like that, he has the burst to steal it.
And you know, while we have a bit of time, Kangas, there's a player I want to talk about in this game.
All right,
we always
let's hear
scream his name, right? Devil J, Helios, Chaz, they're so good, and so of the engages. But Maki is just so incredibly stable and consistent around all of these teamfight setups. Did you see how aware he was at the Dragon Pit that Rush was posturing to come over?
Да, везде есть свои приколы. В Доте прикольно, что там, ебать, типа не скины, а какие-то вещи покупаешь там, блядь, за такие бабки нереальные какие-то. Просто косметику. Но прикольно то, что ее можно продавать, типа, за реальные деньги на маркете.
But they might go for a dive on the Helios.
It is a Singe, though.
Yeah, he's pretty tanky. And there's a Galio nearby. This would be really bad. They're even on Vision, but they just go straight onto Exosin.
Да.
Try and just as much
Гарен.
out of that one, buddy.
Оформил.
Sengoku, find a pick.
They say if the global is rotating down, we go to the global. But Sengoku yet again committing so much. 4 ultimates. 3 flashes, no, 2 flashes. Trying to do my math here, it's a little bit hot. 2 flashes, 4 outs. To kill us apart and get nothing.
Yeah, no objective, no turret.
Блин, у Галио, конечно, очень сильно порезали ему эту щит его. Типа, он нереально медленно кастуется.
What does a Herald get you, Kangas? A turret. Yeah, so if we skip the Herald.
It could be anything. Yeah, it could even be a turret, Omo.
We just go straight for the turret. We skip the middleman here.
No, that's way less exciting.
It is, it kinda is, especially
See, you can just do that. You can just walk up and auto it once.
Bump the turret, still have the Herald, you're good to go.
Не, ну в плане в Доте там какой-нибудь, блядь, наплечник на какого-нибудь персонажа. Ну чисто деталь одна. Деталь одна его образа, да? Ну, обычного образа, на него там одну деталь какую-то повесить, может стоить там, блядь, не знаю, 15 тысяч рублей. 15-20к на один скин? А что там оно? Как они там? Почему они такие дорогие? В смысле, просто скин 15к стоит?
And now it's 3,000 gold deficit for Sengoku. If you were sending energy to Kai earlier, keep it coming. I don't know why you stopped, because he started to fall off a little bit, but he has hit that power spike that you were alluding to.
He's
the
been on
2
it
items on the Renekton.
Yeah, he's been on that power spike for a while now, but RIQ doing such a great job at avoiding the bad matchups that they don't want to take. They've been sending Helios to catch a lot of these dangerous waves, and he is a lot harder to kill.
Короче, типа лутбоксы, да?
Even though you can die to the Riven, even though it might be scarier, you know, at least you can utilize this power spike on the Renekton much better than against the Singe. Who's just gonna flip you and run away if you try to do anything.
Yeah, and this Renekton right now has a lot of damage, but you gotta keep in mind, Kangas, he's gotta be so squishy. No defensive items at this point. Renekton's basically an assassin with these items. You're gonna one-shot someone, but if they catch you out, you're gonna get one-shot too.
I mean, he's got the stasis, so that's all the tank you need, right? You know, you can't take damage if you're in stasis.
Though what I am concerned about is RIQ's team comp yet again has so much poke as well, right? You have this Varus to just poke you out, and once RIQ decides to satisfy, they dive in, Riven, Sin.
Ну, короче, китайщина. Китайщина такая, знаешь, попахивает. В Wild Rift в этом прикольно, что нету этого, знаешь. Как бы более адекватно, солиднее выглядит это все. Ворам? Не, сегодня, а когда мы сегодня будем играть? Сегодня, скорее всего, нет. Ну, либо сейчас можем катануть после этой, если сейчас будет. После этой партии. То есть, либо через катку, либо через 2. Можно будет сыграть ворам.
resets to reset the ignore pain. That's very possible given the nature of the team comp that they have to.
I'm gonna call it now. Kai doesn't want to be in lane with Devil J.
Что у тебя там за ночные дела такие?
Look at the zone control from Helios, but in goes Kai. Flashes into the pit, trying to single out Chaz. If Kai can get this 1-1, that's huge, but he cannot. Meanwhile, the rest of Sengoku, they were trying to follow up, but RRQ.
Что у тебя за ночные дела, что не важнее Wild Drifta? Это квадрокилл. И это конечное, да, наверное? Нет? Нет, не пойдет. Хотя могли попробовать, наверное. Ой, японцы. Что вы там собираетесь думать? Ёбаный рот. О чем там думать? Я понял. Давайте уже сливайте катку, и мы пойдем играть ворам.
It's very believable that they could do that.
That's the craziest story I think I've ever heard when it comes to Wild Rift esports. I wish I could see the footage. Is there footage of that?
There's footage of it.
Okay, where can I find this footage? And everybody at home.
Oh man, I'm not sure. This is from one of the WCS games, so it might have been a while back. It's somewhere on Facebook. It's somewhere on YouTube.
As RRQ are looking like they're about to 2-0 this series, our mission, our homework.
По 250 рублей.
This is our last cast of the day. Is to go check out where we can find that footage. Maybe share it online, so that way we can take a look at it later on.
We'll put it on the show one of these days. The next game that RRQ wins.
Well, this is what we'll do. We'll have like different RRQ celebrations, and then we have to guess when the celebration was.
Блять.
Was it an icon celebration?
Мне кажется, все вот эти куча всяких скрытых ходов, оно в итоге не сыграет на руку. Ну такая куча нагромождена всего максимально. Что в лобби в ML, так куча всякой информации вылазит. Ну такое себе.
So I had a couple of pick and ban stats that I wanted to prep for Omo that I forgot earlier, and I'm happy he brought up. Omo, there is currently one
Как в Diablo,
champion
блядь.
that is still 100% pick and ban as we look at our Coca-Cola pop-off
Immortal.
play here. RRQ, okay, so this is the setup that... Oh yeah, okay, I actually do want to look at this. We'll get back to the quiz.
Kai just dived too deep in this fight.
Да, ну, Варус, конечно, пиздец, блядь. Ебенит.
He couldn't get into the fight. Rush couldn't get into the fight. He couldn't steal the Baron. But Kai just flashed, dash, and he wanted too much. And that team fight, the battle lines were not...
Варус на этом чемпионате сделал две пенты уже. Вот Квадро, еще одной пенты не хватало. Получается, Варус имба. Надо поиграть, кстати, на нем. У меня на основе есть скин на него. Цветоносный, по-моему.
With the play gone, let's get back to the quiz.
Yes,
I'm ready for this. I'm excited. So, these are all going to be pickman related, you know, because that's something I'm always interested in. When you look at play-ins compared to group stage,
Ну на нем хуйня, если ты хуёво попадаешь пушкой, то ты на нем ничего не сделаешь. Ну будешь бесполезно бегать.
100% pick ban percentage. The only champion remaining in all of Icons that is still at 100%. You vote Corki.
I locked it in, final answer.
You lock in Corki, final answer.
Yeah.
That is incorrect.
No way!
Corki is close.
Ziggs then.
Out of all the games played, Corki has not been played, I believe, 5 times.
Oh no, is it Ziggs then?
But also, Corki has not been banned nearly as much. 100% pick and ban.
It's Ziggs.
100% presence.
It's Ziggs.
It's
I know
Karma.
I messed up. What?
It is
really?
Karma at 100% pick and ban presence.
Okay, but that's like 99% bans, right? So that's why I didn't think
it's mostly banned. Yeah, Karma's not been played for most of the tournament because she's banned more often.
Man.
I know that you were thinking Corki because Corki is the most picked champion.
Yeah.
He has been played a total of 30 times going into the day, and I believe he's been played in every game. So far,
нюхает там.
34 games now that he has been played, but that he hasn't been banned nearly as much.
I was so confident as well, but I have like the object permeance.
Вынюхивает себя.
If I don't see a champion, I forget it exists, and that's what happened with Karma.
Just banned every game. Yeah. It's fun to keep track of all.
Не
the
мельтеши,
stats.
блядь.
Okay, it looks like RRQ are having some fun during this tech pause. Helios. I don't know. Okay, I wish we could know what they were saying, but I actually have we got a treat here, Omo. Yeah. Because you know earlier we saw them maybe beatboxing. Yeah. We weren't quite sure. We have that. We got the audio. Let's go. So okay. Before we fill more with my quizzes, let's actually hear from our cute these players. They're so expressive because they were beatboxing.
Бля, они какие-то странные, пиздец. Такие усики.
Game na. Pause, drop. Jux.
That was really good. That was genuinely good. That was incredible. Yeah. I love how quickly they refocused too. It was like legitimately good beatboxing.
Колчан со стрелами.
Focus. Oh, and now we're back in the game. We're back to a clean ace here. That gives me the time to talk about one little detail I noticed about the beatboxing.
Да, это ебанутые.
Was all the young guns beatboxing? It was good. But Coach Kaigu, as well as Exosin, the veterans here, they were cool as a cucumber. They were focused.
Охуенный Герольд, да?
Good balance that you want. Yeah, exactly. You know, you want the younger players to have the confidence, but the older players to reel them back in. You know, ground them.
Да ну нахуй.
Like the parents sense, but like in the, you know, it's good to stay.
Что, они решили обсудить, как они выпустили Геральда?
And it looks like we have another pause, unfortunately. So maybe
Опять их не танцы смотреть, блядь.
come in either way. Hopefully we can get through this quickly because this is looking like a 6-0 to the WCS over the WJC. And to one team as well, to the same team every game. You gotta be beating yourself up a little bit. You might be thinking, maybe if we played against a different team, maybe not RRQ, we could win those games. Because genuinely, Sengoku at some moments where they looked
Чисто самурай.
in the series. They just
Он уже думает, как он харакири себе будет делать.
the decisiveness from RRQ just punishes. And it's especially rough for the he's controlling the camera. Wait a minute. He's swiping. I don't know how you, there we go. Swipe up. What does swipe up mean? We got some. He's playing. Maki's not playing the Zad though. He's not playing the Shen. He's not playing the Zad. What were those hand signs? Naruto.
Блять, что за кринж, а?
Actually, he was just kind of mashing his hands together. Yeah, you know, I don't watch Naruto. I've never seen Naruto, and I mash my hands together like that too.
Чалики среди них? Я думаю, они все чалики.
We're in a pause, and you're not supposed to talk about the game. You're not supposed to strategize in these moments. You know they're not. You know they're not. You know that they're just calm, cool.
Чисто испанский стыд.
This is what you want to see on the international stage. They're winning. They're dominating. And they're enjoying themselves doing it. They always enjoy themselves, and as a viewer, you can't help but enjoy it. You know, you're not supposed to strategize during the tech pauses, but I can tell you, from what I heard,
Это тебе, Кристина. Это он тебе послал.
RRQ coaches, that they're not strategizing in game 2. When the team fight starts, all they say is, look at me, go, and screams. Oh, wait, the camera's moving now. Exo's chilling. He's again the older guns, you know. He's like, I don't need all this energy. Love how cool he is. I gotta conserve my energy. Us boomers, Omo. I don't. You're in this pool with me also because I learned recently we're the same age. Us boomers, we need more time. We need more time to recover. Playing a game of Wild Rift takes a lot out of us. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. We're actually a boomer cast today because the Zoomers on here, Grennan and TJ.
Блять, они нас что, пытают, я не пойму. Смотреть на эту команду, блядь. Уже бесит. Реально.
So rather than us talking as we're waiting for the tech pause to fill out, we actually have a couple of sound bites from the players themselves. So let's hear Exosin's thoughts on the match before coming into it.
Hi, I'm Eric Allen Gubatan. My IGN is Exosin, and I'm the captain and support for Team RRQ. We felt very excited because we already make it out of the play-ins. In our heads, we just need to focus to make it out of the groups. Yeah, we were thinking like we were at least top 8 for this
Он
tournament.
говорит, у меня была тяжелая судьба. Я не мог вылезти из изумруда. Но как-то раз я увидел видео легенды. И теперь я здесь.
other region. We are excited to show the talents of the Filipino teams. Thank you sa lahat ng fans namin yun sa Pilipinas. Keep on supporting us.
Shadow, здравствуй.
Yung bandera ng Pilipinas. We're gonna make the Philippines proud.
And I'd argue they already have made the Philippines proud. Not just from the performance on the Rift, but the attitude as well. Exos in there, the player that we saw on stage, being calm, being very reserved, and you can see in there, more animated going into the match, just saying, look, it's about proving ourselves. It's about proving our region. And it's about proving our skills as players.
I love how Maki's the only one with energy left. Everyone else on the side of RRQ is just like gassed out. It's like, kids, it's nap time. But Maki is still going.
Как дела?
What's he trying to write? Is he trying to write something? Oh wait, we can see their phones. Are they getting into it? Oh no,
No, he reloaded it and then paused.
Ah, unfortunate.
А, кстати, Варам кто будет играть?
He's just entertaining himself.
Варам будешь играть что-то?
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing that.
А, надо тебе, кстати, тоже добавить.
I gotta say,
Are we coming back?
He's doing good directions. His calls are good right now.
This is not verbal. Like there's no words being communicated to this little camera.
You know,
this is the most adorable like Pixar moment right now. This could be in a cartoon. This could be in.
Да тоже ничего. Смотрим. Смотрим турнир.
And this just encapsulates how RRQ plays a game as well. No words. They don't decide what to do in game. They don't say, let's do this.
Really?
They just. That's exactly what they do. They just scream, let's
Всегда
go.
пожалуйста.
And they still operate like a well-oiled machine. That's exactly what Maki's doing. That's exactly what RRQ does.
Сейчас будем играть Варам. Будешь с нами?
No, it's just screaming.
Yeah, it's just screaming.
I think
После
you
этой
can hear
игры.
as well right now if you take off one side of your headphones when they win a fight.
All right.
We'll hear RRQ just scream.
That's a new challenge that I'm gonna have. I'm gonna cast the rest of this with only one headphone on my left ear. My right ear is gonna be open. So I'm hoping that I can actually hear RRQ from the stage as we are back into the game. The pauses have been sorted out, hopefully for good. But to catch up, 10,000 gold lead.
Ну, мы одну будем играть. В перерыве между партиями. Там будет перерыв минут 15-20. Можно будет сыграть Варам. Ой-ой-ой. Чипануться. Охуеть просто. Просто охуеть. Бать, Вадру не дали, чё-то. Так, ну что, залетайте тогда.
Turns out Chaz didn't even need to come back from the pause, and Maki cleans house.
The synergy of the heart on stage as well.
It wasn't a good heart, though. It's kind of out of shape.
An attempt was made.
Yes.
And we credit that. As now RRQ go over to their opposition, giving some fist bumps. There is still an opportunity, a potential for Sengoku to get revenge against RRQ, depending on what happens else. They have 2 lives. The beatboxing continues. This victory belongs to RRQ.
And I love how much this team enjoys the game as well. Credits to Sengoku, despite the loss, they had some good moments there. If they played against a team not called RRQ, who Kangas, I might say is the best non-WRL team, RRQ.
Шадоу, ты в друзья добавлялась вообще? Вы елки победили? Ну, Варус нормально шотал там. 87-75. А Little Evil это кто? Сейджак, здравствуй. Будешь играть в Арам одну каточку между играми? Кто будет? Один еще человек, давайте. Давай, залетай. Как раз один человек на вас. Блин, я теперь хочу, чтобы мне выпал Варус. Хочу на Варусе сыграть. Я не играл на нем, не знаю, год, наверное, последний раз. Год назад играл. Сейчас, 1 минута. Сейджакс должен зайти. Ну, заходишь? Что у тебя за шторка такая интересная? Первый раз вижу такую. Арам, солдат. Арам это быстро и забавно. Если мы будем играть еще катку, мы не успеем. А сейчас самая интересная катка будет.
Это сердце.
Блядь.
Дело не
Блядь.
в том, сколько у вас времени. Дело в том,
Сука,
как
Варуса
вы
так не
используете.
выбил я.
Приказываю. Делай выбор. Я сражаюсь за светлое будущее.
Блин, какие-то герои выпали, на которых не хочется играть. Так, надо, кстати, убрать. Ну что? Шива в АП будет.
Добро пожаловать в дикое ущелье.
Ни одного неверного шага. Пушка готова.
Блин, тут, наверное, надо было Манамуна собирать.
Смотри на
Я не подумал. Мана нужна будет.
Я Я всегда готов. Бойся молота. Наше будущее будет светлым. Запил Товер.
Кристина, ты у нас танк. Если что.
Смотри на горизонт. Наше будущее будет светлым.
Надо манамун собрать. Да.
Я всегда готов.
Да, жестко, конечно, у нас. Ебануться.
Без страха. Полная готовность. Я всегда готов.
Блин, они нам вышку, конечно, быстро снесли очень. Дело получилось.
Смотри на горизонт. Я всегда готов. Время молота. Пушка готова. Подзаряжаю. Запил Товер.
Противник убит.
На Джесси?
Наше будущее будет светлым.
Да просто не было никого, на ком я хотел бы сыграть. Вообще никого не было.
Я всегда готов. Сила через прогресс.
Да блять, ебучее замедление. А.
Смотри на горизонт. Зарядись энергией.
А, не успел. Я откинул прям лисина. Твоих.
Наше будущее будет светлым. Зарядись энергией. Посмотри будущему в лицо. Я всегда готов.
Блин, ну у них, конечно, Шива будет сейчас жестко хуярить с АП.
Наше будущее будет светлым. Смотри на горизонт. Ускорение. Запилтовер. Зарядись энергией.
Там Шива ультанула его. Пуст.
Полная готовность.
Хорош.
Посмотри будущему в лицо. Зарядись энергией.
Надо сдохнуть. Да не, я специально сдох. Хорош, хорош. Бля, чуть-чуть не хватило, сейчас бы еще по ее убили. Шиву.
Никогда не оглядывайся.
Гераль, ну получается в пролете.
Я всегда готов. Пушка готова. Посмотри будущему в лицо. Время молота.
Блять, не достаю.
Полная готовность. В небо. Я всегда готов.
Ну, бля.
Смотри на горизонт.
А.
Я в пути.
всегда готов. Никогда не оглядывайся.
Да, у них там муда бегает.
Никогда не оглядывайся. Пушка готова. Бойся молота.
Нормально, нормально. Так, ну все, спасибо. Всем спасибо. Так, что у нас там по трансляции? Так, у нас слева получается Европа, а справа... Кто это там смотрел? Так, надо... Да, только сейчас надо разобраться, как ее дарить теперь. Что-то тут поменяли все трое, всего лишь... Блядь. Что-то тут поменяли... Поменяли, короче... Сегодняшнего дня этот, я не пойму, как подарить правильно. Да, это те самые Тимкизо. В общем, разберусь, подарю, наверное, после стрима. Потому что на телефоне я что-то не еду, как тут.
Throughout this entire tournament. Between that and Varus, these two champions have such easy priority to clear out the wave instantly, which gives your support time to go roam and influence the rest of the map, and you're relatively safe under the safety of your own tower. Or if they're gonna dive you, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna back up. I'm sorry. This is no longer my zone here, but it's okay. I still got long enough range that I can clear the wave safely and I can keep myself relevant in the game.
Exactly, and I like this response from J-Team because that means they're not going to pick up the Varus, they're going to pick up the Senna, one of the strongest and most stable bot lane so far in the entire Icons tournament, because you have sustain. Whoever's going to be your threat carry on J-Team, you have heals, you have a lot of shielding, so I like this pick from J-Team.
And something that we have come to characterize so much about J-Team is specifically the lethality of Variant DY as a level 1 bot lane. DY consistently has threatened all-ins right from the get-go, and if teams are not prepared for it, either they lose trades or they even just drop the kill.
Exactly. So if DY picks up a set, he is not afraid to level 1 you on a Ziggs lane.
Что там все не изменили, блять, я не пойму теперь, как подариться.
As you said, or even kill you. So I feel like if the set is open, the Gragas is open, those are the two best picks that DY can use paired with the center lane to make it extra aggressive.
Yeah, you can't even sleep on the Galio either. Just a bunch flash. Oh my goodness. Now J-Team, they seem to have the pick of the litter. Team Queso were far more
Сейчас, люди, я подолью кипяточку, пойду себе быстро. Приду.
I think this is really good because you need disengage in case Team Queso has only one in, which is so far the Thresh. I feel like if that's the only engage that they have, they're going to have a little bit of difficulty trying to hold down targets because they need additional CC. Because look at J-Team's composition. They're all very maneuvery, slippery rather. That's not a word.
You got there in the end. The high mobility, right?
Yeah, oh!
So with this Varus lock-in, that means Vejos will be the one piloting the Ziggs. J-Team, I imagine that with assassins like the Zed gone, the Akali gone, Team Queso and Vejos in particular feels safe enough that he can take something like a Ziggs into the mid lane. Because normally, it used to be super powerful in year one. Whoa!
Single target damage, baby! This is basically it. Just basically a teeny tiny AoE on the side of Ziggs.
And this is really interesting from Andres because the thing about Vi is you can build damage on a Vi, but she's not necessarily known as a hyper carry jungler. She's not a Jax or a Fiora that scales and tries to 1v9 fights. She is a utility-based jungler. She has one specific goal: find the key target for J-Team, lock him down with that with the ultimate ability, and then you're just giving your life for the cause so the rest of Team Queso can follow up. This flexibility from Andres shows that Team Queso are willing to put the trust in the other members of the team.
Yeah, the dynamic's gonna be, they're gonna rely heavily on Joey and Vejos, and especially Acolyte and the Jace. We know once the Jace gets ahead, it's so hard. Picking up the Hullbreaker in a side lane, gonna get turret plays, and gonna hurt even more. So this is a triple threat poke composition. But the math is, though, is you don't have disengage. The reason why poke comps work is that you can avoid the all-in. I'm a little bit worried here for Team Queso.
You are only relying on tools like the box from the Thresh, the minefield from Ziggs, and maybe a chain of corruptions.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't have strong get away from me tools, right? You don't have the Gragas for the disengage. That's on the other side of the team. And the big thing that now we are looking at this draft, it's all about the top side, at least when it comes to the early game.
Yeah. And it's gonna be a very scary duel, right? We're looking at Andres and Acolyte as well, having to basically defend or go onto the offensive of the WRL special because we know that Lee Sin, Cherry's just gonna get that early game for that Riven.
Yeah, the last time Andres and Acolyte had their fair share of going up against a powerful duo from the WRL in the jungle and Baron side of the map, it was Thunder Talk Gaming. Fabi, and I want to say it was either once or twice. It's so long ago, but they're no strangers to having to face some of the most powerful opponents in the world. Now it's up to them to see if they've developed, if they've grown from that point on.
Вай у нас, да? Значит, есть. Один из новых персонажей. Ну да, такой. Ничего. Там, конечно, Лисин, Ревна, Гарен, да тоже нелегкий пик.
Such a strength and force to be reckoned with through the playing stage.
This is definitely the right play. You are on a Varus Thresh, which is the most offensive, oppressive bot lane combo. And this is what we're talking about. Cherry Dog.
Она не в АДК, Shadow, она в саппорта. Ну, точнее, она будет АДК, да, потом, в лите. Ну, типа, она не будет фармить. Да. Ебать. Что вы делаете, ёбаный в рот? Хорошо, хорошо. Отскочили, сейчас Гарен прибежит. По голове надает. Убей. Игнайт повесил. А у них же был, по-моему, вар там, нет? А, не было вара. Не видели, что Гарен бежит. Ну, 1-1. На 1000 отстают уже. Хуёво порой мире. Ну да, могло быть похуже. Но могло быть и получше. Когда я себе возьму скин этот на Джиса. Так он уже сколько раз Гарен мид стоял. Да на миду, в принципе, похуй вообще на ком стоять. Главное, чтобы ты мог съебаться быстро. Ну типа Гарен толстый, на кушке быстро может уйти. На мид не берутся только без полного какого-то ухода героя. Ой, хорош. Красиво, да? Блять. Ебать! Он еще и выжил. 2 ульты словил, Зикс. Блять. И пиздец. Бать качели вообще. Ну, получается, посасывают они нихуёво. По итогу. Да жадные какие-то. Тут могли выйти. Блять, ну Лисин очень красиво, да? Играл. Ну, типа, я понимаю, что тут ничего такого нету, как бы для мейнера Лисина это не финт ушами какой-то. Но все равно прикольно выглядит. Да, на 3К. Уже, наверное, больше. А, музыка играет же. Что за хуйня? Алло. Что за прикол?
They know that there's a big importance for J teams. What do you call it? J teams Rift Herald. So that's what they're trying to do. They're going to fight 5v5 here.
Так, ну сейчас преимущество 1000, 2, 3000, да, ровно.
J team have to be careful if they take too much poke before they finish down this objective. It's going to be super easy for Team Chaos to come in and clean up. They Inferno Bomb comes out from Vejos, gets a poke down, but Cherry secures the Rift Herald. Now what do they do?
Да мне кажется, им не надо было уже драться на фарме бегать.
Right away from the rest of J team, and they can be escorted out safely here. Oh, DY. And he says, I don't want to be escorted out. I want to be bouncing them back to the fountain.
Yeah, he's fine. He's definitely fine. I think they canceled out that teleport and bought a little bit of time for them to return to the rift, the main rift.
Yeah.
But that's a nice charge. Rift Herald just wants to stretch his arms before going further into the mid lane.
What was so cool about DY, I didn't realize it at first, but, you know, I thought he was just trying to be cheeky with the Team Queso, but he was preventing them from getting an access to the mid lane.
4000 уже
That Rift
стало.
Herald gets a charge uncontested. That is guaranteed first brick for J Team. Now they have control to the rest of the map.
And we're seeing a little bit of the issue with the composition that Team Queso has. They have a lot of damage, more damage than J Team, but...
А GT это кто, я говорил? Не помните? Тайвань, да, по-моему?
They've got a vibe. A single target lockdown, and it seems like J Team wasn't ready for the boldness there. I like the spice from DY.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of
Да,
his.
печально.
That's what he does. The instincts. But unfortunately, the rest of J team quite far away. Cherry looking for a pick here, but the satchel is gonna save Vejos. But that's the thing. The theme for Team Queso's composition is a lot of single target. So if they are able to catch someone off guard, able to catch stragglers, that is how you win this game. Well, aside from poking, Rafa. Aside from poking.
You gotta whittle them down from afar. You don't have any strong committal tools outside of this buy, but it's only one target. You don't have access to strong AoE CC like a
Ну, что-то нету какого-то видения на камбэк.
not even building
Triforce.
Yeah, a Triforce. So, you know, we have seen now kind of a split between either Divine Sun. Oh, hey, hold up. Oh no, Methodon.
Бля, ну их прям вообще как...
In the safety of his own jungle. But that jungle don't belong to you anymore, no.
Nope, nope, nope. It's a scary jungle out there, definitely, Rafa. And the fact that
Как крабиков.
even break bot lane tower just yet, and they're commanding that as their territory already, is a very telling sign what the game state is right now. Andres, though, does he want to get Dawn? No.
He was looking for it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I don't like what you guys did to my support. I'm gonna give you a little bit
Не, ну
of
тут 1-0 точно. Будем надеяться, что в следующей катке они что-то покажут. Может, не пошла катка. Типа они на миду там заинтили жестко.
What you doing there, bro?
He wanted the blue buff, Rafa! He was interrupted by Vejos and Andres. Oh dear.
You know what? DY taking a scenic route. Team Queso's like, hey, you're not supposed to be here, bro. Where are your friends?
Yeah, go back to your own jungle. This is ours.
Эти Варус с Пушинкой, да?
DY can afford to roam around.
А на АД Варус и с Пушинкой играют, да? Я даже не знал.
Well, not as comfortable because he didn't really get the blue buff and he actually died there. But I suppose for J team now, this is a good state because every time team
У нее там типа есть какой-то скейл от АД урона у Пушинки. Бля, ну Лисин жесткий пиздец. Почему его не забанить было?
Trade on to Cherry, and now the gold lead, while still ahead 4,000 gold, Team Queso slowly catching up.
Yeah, honestly, this composition from Team Queso is so good for punish, for over-aggressive plays that we're seeing from J-Team right now. Their single target, their funnel damage onto one, even though I see a Garen right there that's incredibly tanky. Of course, if you single it out, funnel all your damage there, you can kill them. Rift Herald, though, has been already started by Team Queso.
Yeah, Cherry's not here yet. He's beelining it, but 2,000 HP on the Rift Herald. However, rest of JT, wait, they took out Andres!
Но они уже поплыли. Жестко.
Even if our jungle goes down, I am here to support the cause. I'm here to pick up the remaining pieces. And the rest of J-Team, this is, what a team. I just cannot fathom.
Да не, мне кажется, тут камбэком не пахнет вообще.
The squad here.
It's super aggressive. It feels like they're taking so many things off of the map and they do not allow
Пока
the
что.
opposition to take things back and equalize the goal, equalize the map state. And it's so good what Don did there. He saw Andres solo.
Oh no,
It might happen again.
Да, 6к разница.
Wait,
Блять, что он делает? Это пиздец. Да не, они тут посыпались уже, видно прям. Чувствуется их дизмораль.
Every single time the Team Queso might have found the punish, might have found the winner to get back in this game, J-Team still managed to one-up them.
They're just so strong. Look at them go.
Pan just gets the dive free willingly onto the Ziggs.
Чисто Гарен убийца.
Barry locking down Methodon right under the tower. It's only 500 HP, and Dawn gets to do whatever he pleases on the other side of the map. DY is also pushing into... There's pressure everywhere.
I know, and it doesn't matter whether it's from the support. There's another fight once more.
Okay, Andres doesn't have ultimate quite available. Looking for the
Ой.
push, flashing forward.
Да, это вот тебе и саппорт. А, он же не саппорт. Да нет, тут вообще просто разъеб проблем.
fallen. The rest of Team Queso are now on the back foot once again.
It's crazy, J-Team. Again, going back to what you just said, Rafa. Every time we think that they can take things back in the game.
Да, причем тем арамиться вообще никак нельзя, а те получают то, что хотят, то, что хотят.
And when we have a moment to breathe, you know, let's try and explain to the fans why this is happening. Like Team Queso, they're so far behind in their main split pusher and acolyte. He can't match up to Pan. He can't match up to Dawn. So the only way that Team Queso can get back at this game is off those picks. You have a great single target ultimate, and that is what Team Queso are trying to do. They're trying to accelerate how fast they can pick off a member and get in, get out. But it's just the targets that they go for, they're already so durable. Barry on this center is going to be stacking so much health. Pan is Garen. What else needs to be said?
Yeah, you can't, especially if you're a pole comp. He's just gonna run away.
12 тысяч, 13 тысяч преимуществ, 12,5.
It's really difficult if you don't have a powerful execute.
Oh no, Vejos. He tried to get the sneaky recall off.
Они просто их вообще настолько зажали. Это, наверное, самая изи катка, которая была за весь чемпионат. Ну, настолько разъебывают прям.
But their eyes are onto the inhibitors. One inhibitor should fall, and the rest of the Nexus will soon come next. J-Team, it may not happen right now, but you see the dominoes starting to line up and getting ready to be knocked down.
Yeah, mid lane already open. This is a very action-packed game so far. Just when you think that you can breathe, take a breather. Nope, J-Team is gonna find another fight, find another pick, and look at the respect that Team Queso has. They have 4 hourglasses just to try and buy time, because J-Team, is that gonna be a steal? That's not, sadly, enough.
Respectable attempt.
Yeah, respectable attempt just to try and get things back, but this is a massive gold lead already. Massive control. 5-2-3 for Cherry. 5-0-4 for Pan.
Ну, как я и говорил на прошлой неделе, говорил, что будет сложно играть командам, которые прошли с первого места, потому что эти разыгрались уже на прошлой неделе и вышли, у них уже есть победы, они уже наиграны на чемпионе. А эти вышли с первого места, не игравшие еще ни с кем, кроме европейцев. Ну, грубо говоря, в этом сезоне. Типа, на чемпионат мира лучше выходить не с первого места. Да. Надежда умирает последний, Геральт. Там уже сено наваливает.
They're having so much fun.
They are.
On the stage right now.
So
they're 17,000 gold ahead. They're just throwing out skill shots. They're throwing out.
Да Пента тут особо даже и не поможет.
I'll get it in 30 seconds. It's no big deal.
Yeah, like we're just waiting for our teammates to take Baron. We can.
Ну реально, это самая разъебная катка за весь чемпионат пока что.
You're just basically locking them in the cage of their own base, and now it's sieging time, baby. TQ, while they do have wave clear, this is a very, very strong lead from J-Team already.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough. Especially the fact that the early game was duet so.
Ну, видно, явно они все не разыграны. То же самое было и в прошлой катке с японцами. Они же тоже вышли с первого места. А те играли уже. Но видно, что те команды, которые зашли в групповой этап сразу, они прям видно, что они не разыграны нихуя. Жестко. Быстро, быстро. Так на что разобрали до этого, Геральт? Ты как говорил про Пенту, GT уже забрали на Шора. Ну типа, если бы он даже сделал Пенту, чтобы забрали по ней вышку первую. Бля, ну просто их... Из сундука звездный защитник Израиль. Ну классный скин.
we're going to use Andres as a facilitator, someone that is going to get Alkalite.
Я на нем
someone to
апался на
get
этом стриме.
possibly even Joey ahead on the bottom side of the map. The first set play was diving the bot lane against DY and Barry. Unfortunately for them, they never continued or accelerated that pace. Barry and DY held on. In fact, DY was so calm and confident with his like, I'm gonna
Да.
slam flash from like all the way down.
Что тут скажешь?
I know, it felt like
Ну реально, моя гипотеза
Queso had the answer,
работает.
like, okay, we can do a different configuration of our team comp. Let's not rely
Только китайцы выиграли
on Andres
у тайваньцев, да?
as you mentioned, be the facilitator.
Китайцам разыгровка не нужна им.
Just trading, for example, you know, J team's going for top side. Let's just go bot side. But I felt like DY just played that so well.
Honestly, I want to talk to the desk real quick. I need Nika.
Ну, будем надеяться, что они покажут во второй игре хоть что-то.
I mean,
По идее, это же групповой этап. То есть они будут сейчас вот в группе играть между собой каждая команда. То есть если они даже сейчас проиграют, шанс на выход еще есть.
Very poggers. Like
It's poggers for you guys, but for us right now, we're feeling very.
very strong.
Mika, I'm gonna leave it up to you.
Can we get them away? I don't want to talk with them anymore.
All right, we'll see you later, guys. But yes, apparently that was very clean. But you guys are not too happy about it, else.
I'm not happy about Team Case losing, but I gotta admit that was very impressive by J Team. Cherry completely out-jungled Andres, and I was praising Andres. He's an incredible jungler, but Cherry made it look like a walk in the park to beat out our best jungler.
Absolutely. You mentioned, Stuart, you kept calling this. You're like, Cherry should not be given Lee Sin.
He played Lee Sin twice already during the playing stage, and he showed what he can do with Lee Sin. You know, his mechanics, his early game, and what he can do with the invades as well. You can see that there were, at times, Team Queso were just caught in their own jungle. There was nothing really that they could do about it. Cherry was just walking around as well, and you know, you just can't give him Lee Sin. It's one of his most played champions. It's something that he's comfortable with. The bans were a little bit, you know, it just felt like Team Queso were not comfortable playing this Lucian mid.
Чисто будешь личным помощником Кристины по Wild Rift.
Which Acolyte had a decent game, but not the carry performance. You know, it's tough one. It's a tough one. But JT, like you said, played very well.
And DY on that support as well. That was incredible. The plays on that Gragas, like, it felt like he was another carry as well. His CC, him catching out every single one from Team Queso every single time. He did a much better job doing that than Methanol on that Thresh, because unfortunately Methanol didn't get as many hooks on that Thresh, and he got caught out a few times. So just it really honestly felt like every single one from J.
До первой ссоры, а потом Геральт, что будешь делать?
Yeah, and Hells, you were talking about how J Team was really just pushing their lead.
Oh yeah, they didn't give a single chance to Team Queso. They were, I believe, they were like 18,000 gold ahead at the end of the game. That's like over 1,000 gold per minute.
Кристине не понравится, как ты затащил лес, ебать. Скажет, ты див, ебать, уволен.
Perfect micro game as well. They just completely beat out Team Queso.
А на работу обратно уже не примут.
Was there any kind of like a window for Team Queso at one point? Any point during the game?
Not really, to be honest with you. No, there wasn't really. I mean, from start to finish, I mean, you can see the Team Queso tried to split the map. They tried to focus on the bot side, try and get little advantages there. They traded 1-for-1, but then the top side, Acolyte got traded out so much. And I think that was the point of the game as well, that Veos was like 400 gold ahead, and 400 gold behind, sorry, in the early game, because he was trying to rotate with Andre as well down to the bot side. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Pan was just able to get so much farm on that Garen, and it got to a point where he's just unkillable, and there's not really much damage that you can do against the tanky Garen.
It's not over for Europe, however. This happened to Team Queso in
Ну что,
well, where they got absolutely
давайте собирайтесь там.
in the grand finals, but they made a comeback.
Что вообще не важная игра была.
Team Queso can still win.
Позорите наш сервер.
I always call it like a sacrificial game. It could just be, you know, testing the waters. Okay, let's.
First game on stage as well, yeah.
First game on stage, exactly.
Типа, если у нас самые лучшие такие, какие тогда мы?
But, you know,
Обидно.
they could be gathering information as well. Like, we're not expected to win this, but learn what you can from your opponents.
I'm not joking. I actually talked with LK, and he said, like, this testing grounds. First game is testing grounds, right? Now, this first game was unfortunately not the best grounds that they were testing out, as they got absolutely demolished. But it's still testing grounds, right? Like now the coach from Team Queso is going to decide, okay, how do I need to draft against this? So I'm expecting very interesting drafting, as in like good drafting from Team K. So this is one thing that they do very, very well. They have a lot of different play styles, a lot of different drafting. So we're gonna have to see how LK decides to draft.
Бля, ну Лисин пиздец,
Yeah,
конечно.
and Stuart, do you agree with this? What are you expecting for the draft going into game number 2? I know we'll be
Ну все равно
a
хочется.
bit, but what kind of X factor do you think they'll bring out?
I mean, we know with Team
Это ж не самые сильные азиаты.
gone for like this support Andre sort of play style. In this game, they tried to go for a different sort of play style.
Понятно, что они сильнее.
From Joey and Veos on the Ziggs and the Varus, and they got Andre in this more utility style jungler, you know, the Vi, which
Кто рулит?
perform too bad on, you know, but we used to see like the carry jungler.
Ракушка, здравствуй.
For Andre, you know, in the draft as well, on the first rotation, you know, Team Queso went for Jay.
Да и в доте они все равно рулят.
They didn't really focus on getting the pick for Andre, which means the second ban.
Мы не комментаторы, мы смотрители.
Ban out the Kha'Zix, ban out the Olaf as well, which just puts Andre's champion pool lower and lower as well. I like them to try and focus on Andre.
Его СНГ выиграют? Я не знал, кстати. Не, подожди. Они играли в финале с китайской командой, которая на прошлом чемпионате выиграла. Которая была чемпионом, типа. Ну, типа там всякие ПСЖ, они там из китайцев полностью состоят.
That's gonna become an unkillable Garen. That's gonna become a very dangerous Lee. And then you have that Senna as well, who scales into the late game, just perfectly played by J-Team right here. The draft, the game, everything really.
I mean, you look at the first rotation.
I think we saw how much of a pass.
Но они играли в финале против чемпионов прошлого года. Там все китайцы были. Ну, я не знаю, китайцы не китайцы, может, азиаты какие-то, но, по-моему, все...
That's the most important thing, no matter who the opponent is. And as we can see, it was a roller coaster of emotions for you, gentlemen. I believe we have a clip over here of the two.
Бля, как называется этот... Как называется по доте чемпионат мира?
Just
what should I say? What should I say? Yeah, well...
okay, now...
We had a bit of hope at times. There was a little bit of hope.
I just love how animated Hells is. Look at that, look at that.
Oh.
Thanks, production.
Yeah, right. I love this.
Так, ну 10-е выиграли, понятно.
It's like every time like somebody wins.
There's more.
Yeah. There's a whole lot more. Yeah, that's not even half of what they showed. Oh, definitely. But yes, going now into game number 2, I'm really curious now if you know, Queso is out of the, you know, the testing grounds, as you mentioned, House.
Ну вот эти они играли, по-моему,
you know, their aces, I guess.
PSG, LG, LGD. Где он?
That was a 20k gold lead though. That's different. So I'm not sure if Queso is going to be able to beat J-Team, because they do have to win 2 games, but if there is a team that will make a comeback like this, it's going to be Queso.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, like you said, you know, in the WRC finals against Rix,
Блять.
they lost the first game, but then they destroyed the next 4, you know.
Next 4.
Yeah,
19,
they won the next 4, but I think Rix
ну да,
not as
OG.
good as J-Team.
No,
I think
definitely
J-Team
not.
is like a whole different, you know, breed of beast, really, to be fair, you know. Even though it is the Chinese...
Ну им нужно быть эмоциональными, да.
However you want to put it as well, you can tell that, you know, the Chinese players are just way above everyone else at the moment in this competition.
Ну получается, да, я не прав был.
Can anybody actually take down the teams from this region? And it doesn't, right now the answer doesn't seem like anybody can actually challenge them, but I feel like,
Значит, я что-то попутал. Ну эти PSG, они, видишь, все-таки типа всегда в призовых там, да?
Entering champ select right now. We're hoping that Team Queso can push this to a game
Ну да,
number 3,
кстати.
but against J-Team, it's looking a little tricky indeed.
Interesting enough, Team Queso picked the red side now, so they started off on the blue side, but now they're going to be picking over to the red side, so they're not going to have that.
Ну Team Spirit я знаю, да.
In the first game, but they're going to have the counter pick, and they also get to pick, like, you know, 2 champions instead of 1. So now it's about the priority of the first pick, really. It's about, you know, what J-Team are going to prioritize. Are they going to prioritize the Riven if it doesn't get banned out?
Точно, там что-то про них говорили, что они там дохуя раз были в финале и не выиграли. Да? Не выигрывали.
And for Team Queso, I feel like they need that Shen. Acolyte on that Shen. That's one of the strongest compositions that they've ever played, where they put Acolyte on.
Причем какая-то движуха была, там же у них тоже игроки между собой меняются.
Another thing that Team Kaiser needs to take care of is that Lee Sin, of course, right? Like, do they really want to deal with that Lee Sin again? So let's see what they do. Senna's open, Lee Sin is open. All these big, super strong champions are open right now.
Yeah, so J-Team decide to ban all the Yuumi instead of the Shen this time. So worried about the Yuumi. Obviously, Yuumi opened completely in the first draft. Didn't get picked or banned at all. They ban out the Lucian. So Corki...
Бля, ну жестко, жестко. Это, наверное, самое обидное. Проходить финал и проебывать его каждый раз.
Either the Lee Sin, the Riven, or even the Corki as well, because Corki is a big pick in China and a big priority. We haven't seen Veos play Corki that much as well, so maybe they could leave it out because they know that maybe it won't be as strong. But instead,
я просто помню, что там в этой PSG, в этой PSG были игроки, которые были уже чемпионами мира. Что-то наподобие того.
With Cherry on that Lee Sin. That just absolutely destroyed you, Andres. So what does he do? He picks it himself. Although Lee Sin doesn't carry as well into the late game, so Andres is gonna have to rely a little bit more on his teammates to carry the later game. But then they got that Corki, who you can flex it.
Бля, я вот не играю в доту, да, реально. Но чемпионат мира по доте интересно смотреть. Ну, такие уже, полуфинал, финал. Такую стадию.
Carry on the Jacks that's going to be carrying.
This is looking scary, I feel like, for Team Kaiser. They need to get an early advantage and they need to get the tempo with this Lee Sin, you know.
Ну жестко, жестко, да. Кто у нас? Сена, Джакс. Бля, ну Лисина хотя бы забрали. КС нет, не смотрю. Я по этим всяким трехлинейным. Как они называются? Напомните. Ну, типа, жанр. Моба. Ну, типа, дота интересна тем, что я начинал как бы в моба играть вообще с доты, да? С первой. Потом Лол появился, Лол перешел. Да, моба. Ну, из-за этого мне как бы интересно смотреть доту тоже. В принципе, только, наверное, доту и... Ну, ПК Лол еще смотрел, и Veil Drift. Ну да, все начинали с этого. Так ебать, у меня... Мы раньше загонялись, у меня Кент, сосед, приносил свой компьютер ко мне домой. Мы подсоединяли это по локалке. У меня был еще ноутбук, приглашал еще Кента, и мы там втроем, вчетвером играли по локалке против ботов в доту. Ну да.
You know what's interesting? J-Team is now banning out Baron laners. It seems like they're not like oh wow, Team Kaiser has Lee Sin already. Well, it seems like
поэтому интересно смотреть. Я, конечно, уже много всего не понимаю там, что происходит. Ну, как бы суть понимаю, да. Каких-то персонажей понимаю, что они делают, какие-то не понимаю. Но интересно смотреть. Да, обновился. С сегодняшнего дня. Ну, непонятно, лучше стало или хуже. Да, там боты были сильные. Ну, типа, там выставляешь их, сложность, да. А еще была такая карта в доте Форза, по-моему, Форза. Там, где вы тоже там до 5 человек собираетесь, и на вас с 3 линий идут крипы. И они каждую минуту там или определенное время, они пачками начинают становиться все сильнее и сильнее, там разные крипы идут. И вы отбиваетесь, там покупаете шмотки тоже. Ну, типа, там вообще бесконечно было, можно не играть, наверное. Мало кто проходил эту карту. Так, что у нас? Лисин, Сет, Ремингтон. Бля, ну у них опять жесткая команда, пиздец. Одни брузеры, блядь.
There's a lot of muscle in there, and Team Kaiser are going to need a lot of firepower to take that down.
What is it going to be?
ТД это что? Напомни, может я...
Joey, yep, so as I predicted, Joey down in the bot lane on that Corki, Veos in the mid lane on that Assassin, on the Akali. He
Не
can
помню
be a
уже.
secondary carry for the kit team. He has performed really, really well. You know, we saw the highlight reel at the start of the
Да, карт там было до хера. А, Tower Defense. Не, мы как-то не особо в нее играли. Потом пошло скачиваешь эти обновления Dota All Stars. Потом появился Гарена сервер. Ну, не сервер, а сервис, да. Где там уже можно было зайти, найти себе пати, пойти поиграть пятером. 5 на 5.
Well, Mika, I think our EMEA experts said it best. Vejos on the Akali is going back to some of his earlier roots, taking up the mantle of an assassin, someone that can make huge plays, no longer sitting on the back lines. If Team Queso want a chance to strike back in this series, it's got to be ways that you take for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. This is a team composition. Vejos now and Akali.
Ну что, давайте, соберитесь, парни, ёбаный рот.
For himself and finish off the kill. We talked about the execution, finishing off targets, lacking in game number 1. Now they have a lot of burst damage, and that's going to come a lot from Vejos.
For the other side of J team as well, a big shift in
Капает.
priority of who is getting what type of scaling resources and who is going to be online early. J team here, it is arguable that a lot of these fighters here, either they can play even and just wait for item power spikes to come online, or they can have conditional skirmishes, conditional scraps, and it's all about can you layer the CC on top of each other.
And I think it's highly possible, right? J team having a lot of CC, you've got the roots, you've got the punch, and as well as the taunts coming from DY. So it can be very scary for Team Queso if they layer all their CC.
А этот Джакс, кстати, с завоевателем. Перед этим Джаксы были со стремительным темпом.
Let's hyper-focus for a second, because you were talking about as the draft was going on, you told me, Rafa, I'm looking at Andres and Acolyte once again. They didn't get a chance to really snowball that top side of the map. It was Cherry that got to Acolyte first, put him slightly behind in terms of pressure, but Andres, early as level 2, red into Raptors, goes for the mid lane gank, and now from here, will Andres pivot towards back to the top side, try to snowball this Renekton? The answer is, looks like it.
Yeah, all our eyes should be on Andres, going to Vejos, going to Acolyte, because this is a classic, strong red side pick with a Lee Sin on Renekton. We've seen it back at year 0, and this is a Garen, by the way, a little bit harder to kill, but early game pretty squishy.
Okay, well, Acolyte's got him below 50% HP, but the rest of J team, that is the scary part.
Я думал, прыгнет на этого.
All four of them have shown up to the top side of the map.
На Гарена.
Even DY is slowly making himself up, so it could be a 5-on-4. Flash comes out, Andres tries to secure the scuttle crab. They get the crab, but at what cost?
Пиздец.
Comes up huge for first blood.
Что-то то же самое все происходит. И на коллайдер, здравствуй.
And Andres, he goes down.
Yeah, it all started with Pan's triple knock-up onto Team Queso, right? Everybody was all clumped together.
Ну, у них типа странно, зачем они Акали на 3-м уровне, типа слабенькая.
And it's exactly what we talked about for J team. Yes, Team Queso have on paper some of the better early.
Надо было просто пытаться Гарена забрать и уходить. Эбут. Эбут пиздец.
For the triple knockup, and Team Queso now, it is not lights out, but being slowed down, being decelerated, but the composition that they have makes it far more difficult for them to come.
Ну, пока еще ничего страшного не произошло. Но 1000 отставания на второй минуте уже есть. Смотри.
Big early game, the level 3 skirmishes, the level 5 skirmishes, and so far J team has won on that end 2-1. The exchange perhaps a little bit of good.
А, кстати, краба забрали они. Нифига.
Oh, Joey and Methanot, they perhaps have found Barry, forcing him out. A lot of damage with that haymaker. Barry gets out alive though, thanks to the efforts of DY, making sure that his Dragon Leader doesn't go down too quickly.
Yeah, really nice body blocking done by DY.
Поставил на GT? Да, точно.
Dynamic of top side, right? We keep talking about Andres and Acolyte, and I think the difference is now is that Tan is on the Riven this time around, so harder to execute the top jungle duo going towards top side, because John is going to be very tanky. He's just going to silence you and run away. So most likely Team Castle has.
Ну вот насчет Акали тоже хуй знает. Она себя неважно показывает на турике.
I'm very positive that J Team obviously chose the Garen and Riven for strategic reasons, swapping them around. But I also kind of want to low-key believe that John said, hey, did you have fun with Garen? Yeah. Well, you know, I'm Garen, you know. I just run in and I silence them, right? Did you have fun on the Riven? Oh, dude, I had a blast. You want to swap? You want to trade? Yeah, let's do it.
GTX, RTX.
Conversation. Like, okay, I had so much fun. It's my turn now to play the Riven. You're going to silence people this time. It's a trade. It's a trade.
Подумали, Корки брал пакет, подумали, что он на ФК стоит.
This is their breakfast when it comes to every single Wild Rift game that we've seen in the Icons.
Yeah, big condition here for Team
Да, да. Да сейчас она еще поднерфленная. Сейчас ее сложнее реализовать, особенно в начале. В начале она слабее стала намного.
Being the ones that have control of the objective, but Team Queso, they're taking their time with it. They're overloading, making sure this wave gets pushed in so that J-Team have less time to be able to react. Oh, don't tell me this actually fight. Okay. Oh, Methonaut punts him right back in with a showstopper, trying to get that suplex in. Package from Joey punishes and capitalizes off a Cherry, but in the end, J-Team are able to fire back.
That's the one-for-one exchange.
Fire back.
Oh, that was a little bit worrisome. I saw Barry. Wait, are they gonna cancel this?
Oh, they don't want them to leave here, Riku. And already one of them got the recall off. But
Ебануться. Охуеть, насение какое-то, блядь. Зверь просто. Я играл. Играл вместе с Пайком против Наутилуса. Ну, Пайк жесткий, я так думаю. Не знаю, пока еще не совсем понял, но вроде как жесткий.
It doesn't matter what type of champions at that point. If they see you overextended, oh, they're gonna punish. And they have the confidence to always go in, to always push their limits. That is the thing you have to be concerned about when playing against JT.
У Сены, да, как все плавно идет. Оп, подбежала. Оп, чик, вот так все.
Yes, technically by the end, JT ended up being up the 5th seed, but WRL fans remember that they were the first in their regular season, and now Team Queso, they're the ones that are trying to answer back against this behemoth, this absolute powerhouse.
Exactly. Their performance at the regular season, at the early stages of the WRL has been dominant. A lot of top 2s, a lot of top 1s. Now it's a fight.
Man, Andres is trying so hard. He already went for a Dragon's Rage play. It didn't result in a kill.
Ну, видимо, не видели Шаду. Походу, не видели. Поймали. Ну, свишовый, да, свишовый. Ну, за нас киллял нормально. Прям неплохо. А Наутилус бегал, вообще не понимал, что ему делать надо.
Champions they have that can potentially scale. But is it gonna match up against Riven, Jax, and Senna? I don't think so.
It's really difficult, right? Like even Vejos, at the later stages of the game.
Да, 7-я минута, 5000 преимущества.
Silence you, and you can't do anything with your combo. Later on, Twin Shadows is gonna get bought, and they're gonna find Vejos time and time again.
Where'd he go?
Over there.
Да, жира больше.
Thing in the river. Now you see me? Now you don't.
Methonaut trying to get in their heads. It's like boom, boom. I don't even need my flash.
Ну типа мне непонятно, почему, блядь, не взять какого-нибудь Вейгара, ебать, вместо Акали. Бегать, сетку кидать нахуй. И уже импакта будет нормально.
objective as well on the back end. Team Queso may be finding a way to get back in, but you've got to
Ну,
be
типа Акали, ну,
concerned about the split pushing from this Jax.
у них как будто контроля мало.
With the second tier tower, because I think that's what's gonna trade this here, but never mind, they're gonna get another fight.
Oh, and the Justice Punch flash connects from DY. He never misses on the
Пиздец.
Joey left in a
Что Сена делает вообще? Бля, ну хоть что-то сделали.
Joey gets out alive, and Team Queso able to salvage something out of a very
Да, опять жесть.
right now for Team Queso.
Ну, пока еще не потеряно. Не все потеряно. Кого может развалить? Да, то может развалить всех, но ей надо фарма. Она отстает по фарму жестко.
And it just seems like Team Queso, you can tell that they are pushing themselves. Yes. They are trying everything. They're trying, going for surprise ganks. They're looking for the most mechanically intensive plays. Andres with that Dragon's Rage insect.
Акали надо хотя бы 2-3 предмета. Там она уже может что-то показать. Но пока они до этого доберутся, ебать, у них уже башен не будет.
This is what happens when a team like Team Queso, who is able to come out clutch, be the number one team in their region, and they face off against someone like JT.
Кстати, Акали, она же из Ионии, она одна из тех чемпионов, которые из Ионии, но при этом не обладают магической силой. То есть она чисто физический персонаж, у нее нету магии. Ну, Зохан-пиздохан. Ну, собирается мага, да.
I think at this point, Riku, it is just J-Team doing a formality, taking one turret after another until they close out the game.
Yeah, this is a huge lead already from J-Team, and you know, Team Queso, they try to set up a flank, they try to make a play, but unfortunately, the information wasn't there. J-Team has full control over their jungle right now.
Да жалко, что ее изменили, ее ульта изменили, энергию ей отняли. Она не была прям, ну она была бесячим персонажем, но не было такой, что прям пиздец. Как бы год играли и нормально с ней. Нахуя ее было трогать? Ну типа в соло-ко она еще до сих пор нормальная, играбельная. Посложнее стало вначале на ней играть, но играбельно. А вот в пати я хуй знает, нужна ли она. Шен? Ну почему он не маг? Ну маг он получается, у него что, ТП? Типа маг-танк. Он же магическим уроном бьет. И телепортируется, типа использует магию. Это ж не физически. Телепорт у него. Есть.
Oh, he's hiding in the shroud. Part 2 of this hide and seek.
Where are you?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's out over the wall.
Oh, he has a lot of energy. He has a lot of energy.
You know,
Honey fruit is the goal.
Oh no!
No.
Bear's like, enough of that. Stop it. You're done.
That was a long chase. But tower's still not fallen in the mid lane at least.
Oh no.
Trying to crawl back
Oh no.
by destroying the top lane. Dawn's still there, but the collapse is going to be very dangerous for them though.
Dude, when you're scared of just a Senna by itself.
Это, знаете, мелодия, это, которую подставляют ко всяким там фейлам.
You know, things are rough.
Да, тут ГГ.
Veos was trying to complete a lap. I mean,
GG.
I feel like that honey fruit was the goal.
True.
And then you
Ну
could
хотя вот, например,
see
Рингтон у них по
face.
фарму нормально идет. Ну у тех, конечно, Джакс, ебать, 13 тысяч, охуеть.
The past 6 minutes. I
I'm
wonder
gonna
what
take a scroll.
I wonder what's like. Hey.
Yeah.
Кстати, Сена, вы заметили, с чем Сена?
Launch here? Oh, this looks great.
Сокрушителем богов.
Oh, your barbecue grill?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wow, J-Team, the interior decorating is fantastic over
Good
here.
job.
It's been such a long time since I've been on the other side of the
Yeah,
rip.
yeah.
I felt like you guys have been over at our place for so long.
That's true. Veos was like, I'm gonna go home now, by the way. Thank you for having me. And Don
Ну у
was
них
like,
тут,
no.
да, тут ГГ, потому что у них не получилось Лисина никак реализовать.
Yeah.
А Лисин к лейту ни о чем будет.
Yeah. Oh wait, what a way.
It's okay. Vejos overextended his welcome. And the rest of J-Team, this is a team that when we came into the play-in stage.
Не, ну понятно, что ее, а как ее еще собирать? Ее в АДК и собирать, но Сокрушитель богов на Сене я первый раз вижу.
But they were the number one team in the regular season of WRL. They took a game off of Fun Plus Phoenix in playoffs, and you can see that strength demonstrated.
Ну типа аж ее не в саппорт аж собирать.
Where they are systematically taking out members one by one. Team Queso left no room to breathe whatsoever, and even as one member may look to fall,
Ah.
the rest of the team corrals around and protects them like their brothers, like their brethren. This is a team that stands strong as 5.
I cannot believe no one died in that series of exchange, Rafa. Team Kessa, on the other hand, had to sacrifice 3 lives out of that exchange.
Нельзя
They
сдаваться
literally
здесь.
get the tower, so now J-Team will have to see if they're gonna head straight to the Baron. It all started through here. A double stun. And just really nice setup from Methonaut, but unfortunately
Бля, там
damage is not
сет
there
просто
because
за секунду
early was
отлетел.
so hard for J-Team.
Yeah, and you see these moments from Team Queso where if the stats were similar, if there wasn't a 14,000 gold lead, you
У Сены рейндж пиздец
moves are
просто.
nice. Moments like this where Andres is threading the Nevil on the Sonic Wave onto priority targets.
У меня такое ощущение, что Сену будут нерфить после этого
These are all
турика.
great mechanical attempts.
For sure.
It's just too late.
Сену.
Too much, too late. Dawn though gonna walk inside this death rush.
You know what? Let's see if Dawn actually is threatened by this. Face checks 3 people.
Вот он
Last
еще.
time that Team Queso had someone face check 3 or 4 people, they got instantly evaporated. Dawn,
Yeah.
how much damage did he take?
I don't even know. He's a Garen. He has Guardian Angel, by the way. He has so much. The fact that he was spinning forward meant that he has no fear at all.
It's
just
so
understandable.
yeah, it's just absolutely tough. Now, Team Queso, the one miracle play is if you can get into the Baron somehow, some way, and steal the Baron away. But DY doing a great job of preventing.
Хотя опять же, да, на Солоку Сена
Andres sailing on in.
пати пиздатая, а в Солоку так себе.
Last efforts to try and turn something around. Team Queso on their last legs, trying to give their last stand.
Так же как Вукон.
J-Team, but J-Team once again not dropping a single teammate at all.
Simple Dimple.
An outstanding performance on the international stage. J-Team
ГГ получается.
continues their undefeated streak.
Oh yeah, from play-ins up until now, groups, they are looking fine. They're looking clean. They are looking confident. Everything so far. And
Жестко, жестко, да.
prior to this series, Rafa, still we don't know their weakness, and so far they're really strong. In
Так, ну что, буду заканчивать. Там еще одна катка, кто хочет, может пойти посмотреть. Что там будет дальше играть?
They took the scaling composition. They went toe-to-toe with Team Queso in a early skirmish favored setup with the Lee Sin, the Renekton. They even had the support roam up early on as well. But it's just J-Team's intelligent decision-making and decisive shot calling
Какие-то
to call in the moment. Hey, this is how we want a team
Бро
fight.
против
They're all
Оха.
warmed up. Commit. And the fact that you can do that with such conditional, such hard to execute styles.
На самом деле у них странная система нерфов.
The power of J-Team. And I wonder if this is a redemption arc for J-Team. I know
Ну, по факту, да, да. Ну, а как еще нерфить? Ну, в принципе, да, от этого и отталкиваются, типа, если у тебя... Если на чемпионе слишком много выигрывает, значит, надо его нерфить. Если не выигрывает, значит, не надо нерфить.
top 3, top 4 when they were in the bracket against FPX. But now J-Team return to form maybe. Maybe they can compete with the tournament favorites in FPX.
Жестко, жестко, да. Ну, ладно, что, ребята, до вечера. Пойду я отдохну. Сейчас попробую отправить подписки. Вот. Всем удачных каток, хорошего вечера. Жду на вечернем стриме, в общем.